semi-final. Two regional giants colliding for a single spot in the grand final.
Now both teams have fought through fire to get to this point. For all gamers global, it has been a dream run. They've been calm, composed, and certainly consistent.
For Heavy, it is all about firepower and of course flair. Unpredictable, explosive, and impossible to ignore when they find their rhythm.
One relies on structure and the other on instinct.
And only one will carry the banner of Southeast Asia into the grand final.
Teams, it is now time to clash!
From Thailand, the breakout stars of this tournament. They have a very balanced lineup that combines aggression with composure. They are Team SR, Deal, Saifa, Faros, bold, confident, and ready to clash. This is All Gamers Global!
And from Vietnam, the masters of skirmishes, excels in chaos and close combat. Let's welcome the players. Don't cry, Boy, Alan, Mufasa. They're quick, precise, and merciless under pressure. This is Heavy! The players meet at center stage, respect exchanged, rivalry renewed.
They have proven themselves by crushing the Swiss round, and now they have to burn bright against each other.
Now the clash of Southeast Asia begins.
Well, the question is, which nation will rise to the occasion when it matters most?
Ooh, all right, casters, take it away and good luck!
Thank you very much to our is what is on the line. A solid 45,000 US dollars for the champion. And this is, at this point, if you grab this and also get a decent amount for tomorrow, it really would elevate your team.
Like my forefathers always say, never settle for less.
Oh,
just
yeah.
win both of them, right? 25 grand for second place, 17.5 for third and fourth. And for those that didn't make it through the Swiss stage, they still walk away with $10,000. And if you win and become the grand finals MVP, you get an extra 5,000 ringgit dollars on top. This is the Clash Squad Swiss Stage bracket recap and how these teams got here. AG, Global, and also Fluxo had a pretty flawless run through the Swiss Stage, whereas for Heavy and Movistar R7, they had to play a bit of that lower bracket 1-1 run.
Yeah, longer route, but still there's a lot of learnings, information they can gather from those games, and hopefully this is something that they can use in this semi-finals. And for Fluxo, there's plenty of time for them as well to really understand how the opponents are doing, similar to what we've seen on AG Global. And if we look at this point, from AG Global's standpoint, it seems like they have the upper hand in terms of tenure, their long range, but the disruptor Heavy might be their downfall.
Yeah, I think Heavy has really taken off the weight for this entire Clash squad. And it's also worth mentioning, just on a side note, that Fluxo is the only team that did not drop a single series leading to this point. The hell, they didn't drop a single map leading up to this point. And that's how dominant they have been in Clash Squad so far. But the attention now lays on AG Global and Heavy. And I gotta say, Neptune, for AG Global, some of them have been at this stage before, this kind of stage before. So you have due to kind of regulate that in-game mentality. But for Heavy, that nervousness, if it shows, it's going to be very, very clear.
Yeah, let's see though if that's something that they've already overtaken, and that would depend as well on how they're going to play it with the active skills. But before we go for the active skill selection, let's take a look on the map as well, because this is one determining factor. And like the update, it also goes back to this. A lot of spaces, a lot of places from each individual map has changed already.
Not only that, this map rotation is pretty tricky, right? Bermuda, and then from map 2 to 4, it's sort of a Wild West, right? You get Solara, Nectera, and then Kalahari. On paper, it looks like AG Global have that upper hand just in terms of map rotation alone, and they get first pick advantage for Bermuda.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'm really looking for this at this point is how are they going to make that adjustment in Bermuda? Because for the side of AG, they will need to be a little bit smarter when it comes to picking their active skill, because this is the only map that they lost against Movistar R7. So I'm really looking forward to how they're adjusting it, though it's not coming from the West like Heavy that they have to go against, but pretty sure that they will take advantage of that loss against AG.
And it would be quite a story to tell if Heavy can overcome this odds, right? We have seen tales and trials of teams that have went through the lowest of lows and somehow come back stronger on the end and became the victors. But until that happens, until they overcome this mountain that is AG Global, the odds are definitely stacked against them. And Heavy, with all that they have shown us in the Swiss stage, I would definitely hold my breath for them.
Well, definitely. And this is something that they can move fast and definitely save your life as well if you do that. But now we have the picks happening. Oscar being brought in by AG. And on the other side, we also have Don't Cry bringing in Saint for the team. Santino as well. A little bit too, I would say, aggressive with that Saint. And position-wise, it's still aggressive with that Santino.
There is also the Cassie left on the table, depending on what the team wants. If you want that sustained fight in the front line, like what Heavy loves, then Cassie is a good choice. But I also want to quickly talk about the fact that teams have been leaning into what we saw between in RQ's earlier matches, where the Coda and Flu have been priority banned. The Raiden comes through, and this is a surprise for me, because this is an Indonesian special. I did not expect AG to lean into it.
And one thing that I'm surprised why they brought it. I'm not surprised why they brought it on, because the first time that it has been introduced by Team SR is the only time, that one time that Raiden have that win. So it's an ace in the hole for AG at this point. If they can pull it off, probably slow down whoever's wearing that Zane, and they can prioritize on the divide and conquer that they often do.
Oh, and the Orion becomes a thing. We're off to a great start, Neptune. And there has been so much surprises, but this is something that I don't think even we were prepared for. In your stat sheets, I don't think Orion is on that list.
No.
But here we are. I mean, Heavy has been taking some notes. Maybe we can kind of do a bit of a throwback to that SDA fall season. We have seen some Orion shenanigans, and that could be a way to deal with what the Raiden has to bring to the table, right? The invulnerability to buy some time. If you want to say front heavy, maybe Orion can be that answer to what AG Global wants to bring, which is that utility to stay in the front without compromising.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. But now they bring in that Ignis. So what I was assuming earlier is they were going to bring in Nero this
Right.
early into the game, because comparing to what Ignis has to offer compared to Nero, they have more firepower on that short range, on that rush that Heavy is planning. But I guess it seems like they're just denying Duke of those information, blocking all the information and movement that they can do once that Flame Mirage has been pulled out, and they can utilize the rush from Mufasa as well as Don't Cry with both Orion and Zane.
They did take away 3 crucial picks from Dew, right? Well, if you include the Coda, yes, but if not, then even the Clue was banned out by AG themselves, and then the Santino got snatched. Iris, still a very good pick, but like you said, the Ignis does make it a bit more difficult unless you are tagging on to Glue Wall. I want to see what Heavy has in store, because I think it's a very interesting approach, but they also have more time to adapt. It is a best of 5. We have more chances for teams to come back from a loss.
Yeah, I mean, quite surprising as well that Ignis is still being introduced, given the fact that we have the tactical market in play. Visual impairment, you can use that smoke vertex to be able to block it off.
Yeah.
You having a skill, yes, you have it available anywhere in the map compared to that smoke vortex, but still, it's the same deal. You can just use it in the first second or few seconds of the game, and that's where you will be able to use it to the best advantage. Another thing that we often see, especially when the Ignis users, is if you're up close, pull out that Ignis. If the player has a Moko, instantly tag them as to where they will be backing off or rotating. So I guess that might be the plan for Heavy.
A lot of information gathering tools that is hidden behind that, those passive. And that has been the name of the game. I think we saw that Clash Squad evolution in the meta and how teams really prioritize knowing where their opponents are before taking action. The smoke vortex definitely added another layer to it. You know, good luck trying to contest for those cyber drops.
Yeah.
But in an already complicated landscape of having to deal with Chrono, Blue Walls, and then now you have to navigate the Flame Mirage. Although I would say that we sort of have been looking forward to this for quite a long time. I want to see what Alan has to bring to the table. If he is still the tip of the spear for Heavy, because he has done it, but not on this scale.
Yeah, they definitely agree. And throwing it on the other side of our contention, AG, they brought in that Iris. Definitely Do would be a better or best in that Iris. Looking at the numbers, 3 times picked, 3 times won. And that is what we might expect them to do. They will play with the timing that Heavy is trying to build in the early parts of that game, and then utilize their long-range player like Do, and then that's where they disrupt the movement and then play it to their side.
I like the fact that you brought up about timing, because this is also something that I feel like Heavy consciously knows about, the downtime in between that aggression, right? We start off heavy, we start off aggressive. If we can't land the sucker punch at the beginning, there is going to be a bit of a downtime before we can get back online again, as both team coaches go for that fist bump. And this is about time. It is real. Ma, I have made it. We have made it. This is the very first Clash Squad best of 5 here at the FFWS Global Finals. AG Global up against Heavy. East versus East. Thailand against Vietnam. And we start in the El Clasico of Bermuda.
Well, looking at how the teams are preparing right now, you can see that smoke vortex early in the middle. And this is one thing that might change the game, especially in how he's moving fast. It would convert your tracks and then prepare to what AG is setting up. But as mentioned earlier, as we talked about earlier, they backed away, not really aggressing that match. And let's see if the combination of Do and Team SR on this side will be able to make them win. But unfortunately, Alan pushes through solo, and it doesn't matter who's against them. Heavy seems like they will be getting this first round.
We just say that Alan is the tip of the spear for Heavy. He is not just the spear, he is the entire phalanx in this round number 1. And AG Global instantly gets the taste of the Vietnam delight. Nothing that they can do. Heavy scores the first blood.
Yeah, first blood and more economy, more coins for the side of Heavy. Now, they do have an option to be able to fortify either their armor or their weapons. And we seldom see that enhanced hammer being used, so it's up to the coins that they will need to rely on unless they go in with the armor first or other utilities, and then that's when they might have a better chance to snowball against that.
I gotta say, brilliant stuff from Heavy using Bui, the Santino, to kind of doppelganger switch and coming with a two-prong attack with Alan from the side as well. They did put out the Flame Mirage early. Instant blue wall popped up. Cypher, Mini Uzi up forward, but oh, there's a clone. Uh-oh, where's Bui? He's out.
Yeah, I mean, great counter for that Valiant Dash. If you have the Santino instantly switch, if those glue walls break down. So, a little bit of slowdown from both sides, and this is what AG might be planning from earlier that didn't work, but now they have plenty of space to move as well as a lot of cover when it comes to this area, which is peak.
Paros does have his Spider in one of the corners, so if Heavy goes through that main doorway, they are going to get tagged. But Heavy, we talk about the downtime that they are going to experience if the first 10 to 15 seconds don't work out. AG is giving them that time. And I'm going to be a bit more worried for AG because Heavy can do this for pretty long with the tools that they have.
Yeah, what they need to do for Heavy is just wait for that zone to close down, give more chances for Alan to pull out that Flame Mirage, and then they will be able to tag AG and find out where they're positioned. No need for Coda. As long as you have that in the close range, Ignis can give you that information.
That's a challenge that AG also has to deal with. We talk about the Ignis with Moko. You see that switch very quickly for Bui. He gets out and Alan comes in, but this time Cypher was able to get Don't Cry on the side. So AG are putting up resistance, but not enough against Alan, who is just running them down. And suddenly Alan's the last one standing because AG have been able to dismantle them left, right, and center thanks to Dew. And they find the equalizer.
Yeah, equalizer 1-1 right now on the scoreboard. And the timing for the side of AB is pristine. The moment that Ignis Flame Mirage has been pulled out, that's the timing that they have to follow as well to slowly move against Heavy. But this point, the reset is on, but not on the coins. It seems like we are seeing more aggressive approach from a distance from AG at this point. Winchester already on level 3, and this is really deadly in the hands of Dew.
I'm here for some nasty headshots that Dew has been delivering time and time again throughout his tenure. And Heavy still sticking to that playbook. Alan right in front might run into a two-man stack of Varus and Cypher, but that smoke vortex will make it pretty complicated to test for this. The Orion pulled out by Mufasa, and it's going to be tagging Team SR. Don't Cry goes for the follow-up in the time turner. Heavy losing health bars, but able to come back stronger. Team SR and Don't Cry go 1-for-1. Cypher ends up getting dropped by Mufasa.
Yeah, I mean, great divide and conquer approach being used in there with Orion, and now Heavy seems like they're lost. Mufasa right now back on that. Orion might be able to recover at this point, and distance is quite far from Dew. Yes, you have a better weapon, but if you won't be able to fortify your approach with the frontliners, then this might be it. But Mufasa goes down! G18 is still in play, and the accuracy for AG is on point, but unfortunately the numbers doesn't help them.
And Heavy takes back the lead in a pretty convincing manner, and we are starting to see the ideation come true for Heavy's composition. We know Santino loves the bait and switch, but then you have Mufasa who just baits and doesn't switch, and it's completely fine because he is buying so much time. He is the enabler, the catalyst for Heavy to go for these follow-up that has been catching AG off guard so far. But again, AG, they have time to adjust. I think the Raiden is a very good concept to deal with these kind of flanks. But in open areas, that's where Heavy excels, and this could change.
Yeah, let's see though if this is something that AG can prioritize on. At this point where there's only a couple of straight line that you can take, that Raiden would be useful. And there you have it, Mufasa has been caught. 2 players from AG already rushing in, but unfortunately that glue wall stops them, and they don't have that information because of that vortex. But doesn't matter for Dew. He takes down Mufasa. The rescue is near, but the division has already been done. And there you have it, 2 down already for Heavy, and a full squad still alive for AG.
Great stuff from Dew to get that first blood. And also the rest of AG focusing on Bui, while Heavy were tunnel vision. So we're down to this Alan again, trying to hold the front, but against AG Global, once they've gotten the upper hand, they're not going to let it go. So back to square one, 2-2.
It's getting heated right now on how teams are really switching it up when they really need it. Most of the time when we talk about Clash Squad, there's a snowball potential, especially with the coins that you're getting, as well as the elimination. But that's where we see teams, and as well as the rotation of the areas in the map, help them a little bit. But now they won't be able to take advantage of, or AG won't be able to take advantage of that Raiden, and those smoke vortex is already set on to get that cyber airdrop. So let's see if they'll be able to get close or probably cut AG down to size before they need to get aggressive.
Team SR trying to be sneaky, but was pinged up by Don't Cry. Alan gonna be the one that's receiving a lot of heat, so he needs to be able to buy time for Mufasa to come in for a backup. Two fights happening at the same time, and Cypher comes out on top. The trade from Mufasa is good, but Barros there to back his buddy up. As Don't Cry just cannot get to the Team SR as they are both dancing in the smoke vortex, while Heavy is losing members. Cypher snipes Don't Cry from afar, and Bui is left to feed the fishes. AG comes out on top.
Cypher finishing off what has been started from that side of the map, giving more opportunity to take down Don't Cry. And Boy was just going for a very long flank, but unfortunately he is all alone and there's not so much that he can do at that point. So, well, two back-to-back rounds being taken by AG, more advantage for them to pick better weapons. And as you can see, two level 3 MP5s, though from the previous update, from the previous meta, MP5 has been has not been used that much. They switched to that P40, P90 or MP40, but now it is back. Fire rate is pristine, but the hit is not like a truck anymore.
I think it's good enough for Team SR and Barros, who have been sublime in these gunfights. Again, the double up pressure as AG turns up the heat. Mufasa goes invulnerable for now, but buying time isn't enough if there is no backup. And you can see that Cypher comes online. And this is the devil that we all fear. AG Global looking to clean up round number 6 and put themselves 4-2.
Yeah, it seems like there's not so much that can be done if that Orion can be timed to perfection so that it will not affect them. That is one thing that they need to deal with. Mufasa has been deadly in the front lines, preventing Cypher to do anything with that Valiant Dash. The moment that Valiant Dash happened, Orion just switches. And a great counter being brought in, but the counter attack to the counter. Also, the division using that glue wall, making sure that Mufasa doesn't have anyone else to back up to, and then that's where they start taking them down one at a time.
It's also a soft self-counter because you cannot shoot other people,
Yes.
right? So you are technically taking yourself out of the fight and putting that burden on your teammates. Something that, you know, we are seeing Mufasa struggle a little bit because of how fast AG are turning it up. They're not waiting for Heavy to make the move. They are now making the move to Heavy and really limit testing to see how far they can push it. And so far, they've found great success. Ellen hunting for Team SR with the help of Mufasa. The Ignis Firewall comes through and they drop Team SR.
And Team SR already down. Alan take advantage of that, but a few HP has been lost to their side. Going for the inhaler, not really for a full heal just yet. Preparing for the push that's being done by Cypher. But Max 7 will need to be let go, and two will be taken down there for rush by Mufasa. It's Barros and Cypher, but two has been picked up. The 3v2 once again has been reset, and now Alan needs to recover for the 2v2.
Doesn't gonna have time though. Bui was able to find Barros while Dude takes care of Alan. So the snipers now spring into action. There's a Santino on Bui's side. He can go for the bait and switch. Smoke and mirrors put down. Dude knows where it is. Bui, are you going for the switch right now? Does take it, but Dude, right on the money.
Exactly where he predicted, exactly where that shift has been done, and it's just unfortunate that it is out in the open. I guess the plan was to put it inside of that smoke vortex so that it will not be seen if in case you need to switch. But you know too, everything that goes through his vision, he tags it on his memory, and if you're out, then it means you're on the other side.
Can always rely on this guy when the odds are stacked against you, and in this case, AG Global are the odds that Heavy has to overcome. That snowball effect didn't really stop, right? It was a concept it wasn't something we theorized. It's a concept that we have seen time and time again.
Yeah.
When a team like AG Global gets the ball rolling, it's very hard to stop them. need a Herculean effort from Heavy. A triple stack might just be the key, but Sci-Fi and Barrows are ready to hold the front. Flaming Rush comes through, Barrows taking the heat, but was able to back off in time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they know where they are positioned as well as getting in the compound to barricade themselves with those blue walls. So let's see if AG can survive this. Mufasa throwing that grenade, but the time turner doesn't save them. And seems like the execution is bound to happen. 2v4 situation, and it's getting close for AG to grab this victory.
Just as predicted on Bermuda, and at the start of this semis, we knew that AG are going to come in hot and hard, and indeed they are red hot, just like the jersey. A 6-2 victory on the very first map. No mercy shown, absolute slaughter fest when we hit that round 5 and beyond.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, great counter to what Heavy has to offer, but it is anticipated. Heavy is a rusher team. They are a rush team, a SWAT, I would say. And we have like players like Saifa as well as Barros just sticking together, countering those frontliners, getting all those information and relaying it. And we just witnessed how Du can win a memory game at that point.
He has photographic memory. I'm pretty sure Du is tracking everything that's happening on screen. His eyes probably functions at 240 Hz refresh rate. A booyah for AG Global, just as expected, to deliver the dish just how we liked it. You know, medium well, very nice cooked. And I think AG Global fans, they've seen it coming from a mile away. So the onus now is going to be on Heavy and how they adjust for the up. reassess the timing, or they triple down.
Yeah.
Wild idea.
Well, let's see if that's something that they can do. One in the front line, risking that front liner to get more information, and then protecting Bui for the later push. But as we look into the picks and bans, Clue has been taken out, so I don't know why they took out Clue, but they know the strength of this because they use it already. And on the other side, it's Coda. So information they want to remove out of this game. And here comes AG bringing on that Valiant Dash.
When you're on first pick and you go for a Clue first ban, I feel like it's really forced to Coda ban. Because you know they can just take it.
Yeah.
So Chrono for a heavy side, they did switch up a little bit compared to that Zane opening that we saw, Zane Santino opening. So heavy, readjusting the priority. You go for the Chrono Ignis, which I'm okay with, right? You're eliminating one of the soft answers to Chrono, but also giving yourself the tools to deal with the defenses. And now AG is turning it up.
Yeah, I mean, that Cassie electrotherapy plus Oscar on potentially Sypha. So the dynamic duo will still be on. And like a force to be reckoned with at this point. Plus that Iris that they brought in the early parts of the game. It's really deadly for the side of AG Global. So it doesn't matter at this point in time, based on the picks, doesn't matter what Team SR picks. Seems like the three can bring it on against Heavy. Chrono, yes, you had that time turner, vision impairment from the Flame Mirage from Ignis, but the firepower can still be countered by AG.
Santino becomes the choice again for Bui, and it makes a lot of sense because if you're tired of getting run down, then maybe being able to relocate yourself will give you a bit of that lifeline. Nero, final pick for Heavy. It is one of the characters that even yesterday we were talking about it during rehearsal. We might not see too much of Nero just because teams might not have enough time to really master it, but there have been teams that found success with Nero, and funny enough, it did come from Vietnam as a start. So let's see if this is the solution to what AG has been sort of posing so far.
Well, looking at the numbers and who used it before, Nero has been used 4 times by Bui and once by Alan. But this time, Alan is bringing it back on. So I guess they found a little bit of that formula as well to get information as well, put in a damage on the 2 frontliners, potential frontliners, which is Sypha and Baro. So let's see if that's something that would work. Bui, as you did mention, if you're stuck in a corner, just that shape splitter switch would save you and you can get back with the team.
It's an important game for Heavy. I mean, there's no more room for mistakes. Right? As much as we say that in the best of 5, you sort of have slightly larger margin of error, but AG has been making it quick and painful. Suddenly, you're standing at the edge of the cliff and AG about to boot you off. Game 3 is going to be coming up soon. Another map that AG is heavily favored just based on the matchup. So if this Nero is going to be the answer, if the second Nero pick for Alan in this entire Clash squad is going to turn it around, that is the morale boost that they are going to be needing.
Yeah, well, we'll see though. It seems like from the picks as well, and I did mention that doesn't matter on that final pick for side of AG, but they picked Tatsuya. So 2 that will be able to rush or dash based on the skills, and as well as a stronger offensive with that electrotherapy, with that Cassie in play. Now, let's see if this is something that AG can bring in perfectly in a sense that after that trade back in terms of the initial points or the initial round, they can go back that snowball. Or is this the time that Heavy can bring that battle on, counter whatever AG has been pulling off so far, and grab a point for themselves?
It's starting to get pretty scary. I think another adjustment that Heavy might need to look at, aside from the what we've already discussed regarding timing and of course Bui being put under a lot of pressure, is being able to stop to get a trade, right? If they are doubling up with Baros and Sypha onto Bui, you need to be able to eliminate Team SR as fast as possible in an efficient manner. Be the one last fist bump for these 2 teams, especially for Heavy side, as we officiate game number 3 hopping into Nextera in what could be the final 20 minutes of Heavy in Clash Squad.
Well, there you have it. A potential, a landslide win from AG, or a great counter that can be started by Heavy in this map. And, well, teams break off 3-2-1, wherein AG didn't go for the usual 2-2 split. They head in onto the middle with a smoke vortex protecting Team SR to be gunned down that easily, and he might be that surprise factor for AG once the rotation has started.
Once again, AG defaulting to hunt down Bowie to put pressure on him, but we did talk about needing to get rid of Team SR, and Alan is able to deliver on that front. And Heavy poised to take the third pistol in this best of 5 to maintain a 100% win rate. Alan with a 3-pointer from half court. Cypher left to fend for himself. It is a pistol. Alan cut him in half. Heavy with another opening win.
Yeah, pistol round, 100% for Heavy, definitely. But how they follow it up, that is the question. There's not so much that they can take as well in terms of weaponry from AG. So let's see on to the next round if they can continue this, or probably trade off once again will be happening for AG. A little bit of a VSS action coming from Heavy, from Alan and Bowie, and not so much of that weapon, that fire rate that can be brought in by AG. Most of it pistols at this point.
Pistols that can pop your head with one shot. Mufasa is probably the only one that can take a bit of that extra punishment with that forced Kevlar and helmet. If we get that Flaming Rush through, Team SR will be forced out of his hidey hole. I think Mufasa and Don't Cry should be able to relay the information. Team SR going to try and check the smoke vortex. Go around the corner with their glue wall. Dangerous position. Dashes away.
Yeah, dashes away at this point. No, Cryo Mine onto 2, and he becomes the target at this point. Even with that freeze, he could have been taken out already, but with Cypher on that Desert Eagle, he managed to finish him off. 2, potentially 3 versus 3 is happening, and Do finally being taken down, but the flank has been done. The dynamic duo is joined by another, and seems like AG is much heavier at this point.
Cypher gets the upgrade into the VSS2 after that hunt onto Bui. Do bought more than enough time, so his death is more than worth it for AG Global. Don't Cry looking for an opening to really find that corner to sneak onto AG, but Barros is not giving any room to him. Cypher again backs him up, and the dynamic duo equalizes the map.
Well, same story happening overall after a pistol round being won by Heavy. AG is catching up that quick. Now, next era, there's a lot of surprises that we can see, a lot more of hiding spot, but it is now showing from the early part that 2 can be taken out early in the like when that Cryo Mine or when that Nero has been used. Just find out where he's running, who is the odd one out, who's far away from the rest of the teams, pull that Cryo Mine, and then you can just target 2 and probably break down what AG has been doing.
Heavy's gonna send Alan on an exploration, a solo expedition. Just missed the timing of Barros and Cypher, and might have put himself in an even worse position because now they turn on him. Alan, no way out, and is due with the finisher from the low ground. Heavy were not ready as they missed a crucial window to take advantage of AG, and now Team SR gets to buy time. Sight in hand against Don't Cry. Do again delivering his second, and the third. Do is unstoppable.
That was potential ace right now, and I don't think anyone would be stealing away from Do. Only one remains. It is Bowie, and there's not so much that Bowie can do similar to what we've seen happen earlier. He goes in for the blue, and Do for that ace. And it seems like AG will bring it home.
On the board with just sublime performance. We finally saw glimpses of Heavy trying to make adjustments to really match what AG has been bringing to the table. And it was Dew that broke it in half. Barros and Cypher getting the spot onto Alan, and Dew with the finishing touches. And Heavy's back now have collapsed. less than 10k total worth to total value in terms of gear. Whereas for AG Global, they are decked out in luxury.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they switch it up to VSS, and AG hasn't changed it that much as well. Grab Labs, one of those maps that would change your accuracy, especially if you're not used to getting it up close, but still targeted, not taken out just yet. And it is Mufasa that they were able to knock down in the beginning of this game. Buoy's down as well. Don't Cry dealing with two.
Oh,
and
man.
Team SR aggressive. Heavy down for another round. And AG might be going away with it.
I think they've already ran away with the map. You can pretty close to calling the series at this point because you escapes the hunt.
Yeah.
Outmaneuvers Heavy and ends up keeping himself alive. AG Global 3 rounds away from securing their first ever Grand Finals appearance in the Clash Squad. And Heavy left to pick up the pieces, right? Nothing is working.
Well, so far, for the side of Heavy, they are in a critical position, and it forces Buoy to get that AWM. Now, how can it be used against Cypher as well as the rest of the teams with that VSS? It seems like that is the best weapon at this point, and also all utilities being thrown. Baros takes down Mufasa, a little bit of jump. The pickup might be averted, and AG would be dealing so much damage against Heavy, where Buoy is back left alone in this game.
Came in like a wrecking ball as they absolutely pulverize Heavy in round 5 with utilities. As if it's the 4th of July, the fireworks being thrown, Baros with the initial takedown, and the rest is just a cascading effect of what AG have already built the foundation for. 2 more rounds until the confirmed victory. And Heavy, they don't really have much left in the tank.
Well, not so much left in the tank, not so much left in the bank as well, as they are being forced to increase more of the firepower, but it seems like position is where that they are at a loss. Alan right now backs away. Don't Cry.
No.
Heads a little bit too early, but I don't know why they're risking it at this point. You should not be going alone, especially with how accurate the snipers as well as VSS are from the side of AG.
They know where Buoy is already. The hunting squad is there. It's on. Buoy does have the Santino to relocate, so that is a saving grace. Don't Cry, able to finally get rid of Duke. So the backbone of AG Global temporarily eliminated from this round, and Heavy might have a chance to stem the bleeding. Baros against Buoy 1v1, but he does have the electrotherapy. In fact, he is the electrotherapy. And AG looking to turn it around again. Team SR on the ground, Heavy with numbers.
Yeah, they have the numbers 3v2 situation at this point, but they need to get close. They do have that Thompson, do have that shotgun in play for Mufasa, but Cypher right now is just putting so much pressure onto Alan, knowing where he is. Split up has been done, but a duo that couldn't be taken out, and the Baros managed to take down Don't Cry, going for that equalizer, still taking the lead. And Mufasa, the only guy standing, and it's easy enough for Baros to take him down, but Cypher beats him to it.
The dynamic duo with smiles on their face does it again. With a delivery from behind, Heavy were up in numbers. It felt like not even the worst of odds could stop Heavy, and yet AG Global subvert expectations with just great individual plays. And not only that, they isolated the members of Heavy, and that has got to hurt. These 1v1s have not been in Heavy's favor, and they should have been doubling up, but they were not able to find the right position to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that initial push was a mistake that shouldn't be repeated. I mean, Heavy going solo, Don't Cry going solo in the front lines, knowing that snipers as well as weaponry is prime, and accuracy for the side of AG would be your downfall. Team SR though goes for a solo mission on one side, knowing that damage has been brought in, and the glue wall saves him, and that cryo mine doesn't bother him that much, doesn't hit a glue wall to help Team SR, and still managed to pull off that execution. So both down already from one down from both sides, and it's more of what position can be taken by either AG or Heavy to take that advantage.
Bui needs time to heal back up as the rest of his team absorbs a bit of that pressure. Barros is going to crouch down. Dew with the follow-up. But at least there is some return from Mufasa, who is now under the scope of Dew. He knows where they both are. Don't cry. He spot them out, but don't cry. 5 Team SR and Barros. Can Dew do it for the team? The time turner protects Mufasa. Dew's position is exposed. We're forced to relocate. Here comes the Ignis Flame Mirage. And Dew is in a precarious position. Sees Mufasa. The double up is what Heavy needs now.
Oh, Smoke Vortex into the fire. And let's see if he'll be able to make that hit. But unfortunately, just too much number as well as too much information to deal with for side of Dew. And Heavy grabs a point. But I love the turnaround that has been done by Heavy right here. Though there was a trade-off between Dew as well as against Bui, how Heavy managed to slow it down on that final moment is what really turned things around.
Yeah, Mufasa and Don't Cry really saving the team by the bell in that round, but they have a tall mountain to climb. First time ever in this series, in this map at least, that they have better gear value in total, but they need 4 rounds in a row to push us to map 4, and the beginning is already not what they want. Bui again brought down low, has the Santino mannequin to reposition. Heavy committing to a bit of a rush on the Team SR, who will now start backing off. Sci-Fi has already found Alan. And the foundations fall apart for Heavy. Bui not able to participate as they push onto Team SR, and yet Team SR gets the way to safety. Dew takes the spot. Bui hunted down by Barros. Heavy down to 2, and there isn't really much left in the tank. Don't Cry with the time turner can't stand against Dew, and AG Global looks to grand finals. They push through, and they're 1 step closer to the podium.
3-0 sweep, something that we are not expecting based on the contrast of the gameplay that we've seen from this team. A great adjustment being done by AG Global to get away from being known as the long-range eliminator. The dynamic duo has started off from round 1 up until round 3, and they finish it quite well.
A complete crush on Heavy, just like what Yunso predicted earlier on, and I think a lot of fans also sort of seen this coming. But then to witness it live in an official match when everything is on the line, AG didn't fail to deliver. And for Heavy, the journey in Clash Squad ends here, but they still walk away with a hefty sum of prize pool in 3rd and 4th place. There's still the Battle Royale discipline that they can play for tomorrow. But today, this moment, this booyah, it all belongs to only one team, and that's the Thai Giants of AG Global.
AG Global, the adjustment that they've done from the early parts or the latter part of Southeast Asia, as well as the beginning of Global Finals in the knockout stage, is still being carried over to Clash Squad, knowing that they have reliable frontliners giving Dew that opportunity to take hits from a distance in a safe spot is their strength. But hopefully that's not the only plan. Hopefully we see more of its great tactics coming from AG.
It's been like a dance, right? Choreographed, very well orchestrated from AG Global. A pleasure to witness on that global stage. This is the team to beat. We are halfway there to the expected grand finals. You know, we still have the Fluxo and Movistar R7 coming up, and AG against Fluxo would be what the crowd has probably voted in their minds. But for now, this AG, if this is what we're seeing today, there's a lot more to be expected tomorrow. They have set the bar so high.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that carries on and we might be seeing them in a better space in this global finals compared to the past. But let's not take it away from AG. Great work, great sophistication in adjustment, in play style, in how they utilize the strength of their opponents and turn things around.
With that being said, this has been a crushing defeat for Heavy and a brilliant victory for AG Global. We'll send it over to the stage with Yunsu and Kontida to talk to AG about that win.
Thank you so much, Caster. Survivors, we're back on the main stage to have our first interview of the day. And of course, it's with Gamers Global. Congratulations, guys. We're here with Saifa as well as Du and Bun as our translator today. Okay, so let's jump into our first question. That was a rather smooth win for AG, sweeping heavy 3-0 in the semifinal. How would you describe your performance on today's match? I think Du's gonna take this one.
เขาถามว่าเราเอาชนะทีมเฮฟวี่ได้ด้วย 3-0 ตอนนี้เราจะพูดถึงทีมของเราว่าให้นิยามทีมของเราว่ายังไงคะ
เก่งมากครับเพราะว่าซ้อมน้อยครับแต่ว่าชนะได้ครับ
We are super amazing because we practice less but we still win
Oh, practice less. It doesn't look like that at all. But if I can ask one more thing, in your opinion, which one out of the four of you has the best performance today?
เราคิดว่าในทีมของเราวันนี้ใครเล่นดีที่สุดคะ
น่าจะเป็นสายฟ้าแอดบาลอสครับแล้วก็ทีมเมดาครับยืนระดับดีมาก
It's Saifa and Baros and of course Team SR because he already support the team very well
Ah, sweet answer. Thanks, Du.
All right, thank you, Conchita. So into my last questions from now on. Okay, so now you guys have secured a slot in the CS Grand Final between Movistar R7 and Fluxo. Which team do you think would give AG more problems and why?
ในรอบหน้าเราก็จะต้องไปเจอระหว่าง R7 กับฟุกโซคิดว่าในระหว่าง2ทีมเนี้ยทีมไหนจะสร้างปัญหาให้กับเราได้มากกว่ากัน
R7 ครับ
Oh R7 what about you แล้วดิวล่ะดิวคิดว่ายังไง
น่าจะเป็นฟุกโซครับอยากวัดคะแนนกับระดับโลกครับอยากวัดคะแนนระดับโลก
Probably Fluxo but actually I want to kind of like compete with the best sniper of the world
A sniper role, so that's going to be MT7, right? Well, it's really simple to understand because Dio is kind of like the best sniper in Thai, alright? And he wants to compare also the best sniper in Brazil, so it's kind of easy to understand. Again, congratulations to AG and especially to Dio and Barra. So I hope you guys a lot of luck to the next time. This is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching. And now let's get back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Yusul and Conchita, as well as AG Global. Congratulations for this win. Saifa, our MVP. And it's just not aggression that Saifa has brought in. With 8 elimination, 3,000 in damage, and 8 assists, it's more of the coordination that they have done on that front line.
The composure under pressure, they didn't break, they barely bend, and they were the ones that snapping heavy in half, like snapping twigs. It's very demoralizing when you're up against someone like Saifa, who is just running circles around you. He's winning 1v1s, he's hunting you down, and he's creating all these space for his teammates who already are big problems that you have no answer to. It's just such a delight to watch Saifa, with the VSS, the Tatsuya, full aggression, and showing us the true AG global form.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players as well as a team that has a
different teams, even when we're talking about narrow. But it's time we make our way into the draft for our very first game in this best of 5. First team to win 3 series back-to-back. Well, you've got domination in hand.
Okay, so we're going to be banning out the aggression out of Fluxo, taking Cassie and the electrotherapy out. Fluxo, on the other hand, has an opportunity here. Do you take out the vision? Do you take out the defense from the side of Movistar R7? Or do you take out a little bit of firepower? And it's going to be the firepower aspect. They take Tatsuya off the list.
Okay, I'm fine with that only because we've seen games clutch hard with a Tatsuya, so they don't want that snowball factor. They just want a one and done. Oscar gets locked in for Movistar R7. No surprises, but let's see how Fluxo is going to play this, right?
Yeah.
First, they get the Zane. Do they want the Chrono alongside with it? No, Ignis.
Okay, I like the Ignis pick here as well. You're going to have a lot of information blocked away from the side of Movistar R7 as you get into position. And of course, Gio is going to be wrecking havoc with the extra layer of defense. But now, this was one of the aspects we talked about in terms of those bans. Do you ban out the vision from the side of Movistar R7? Clue was left out there. They're not going to miss this opportunity.
No. I mean, we're expecting that Coda is going to be on the opposite side for Fluxo, unless they want to play, you know what? No information whatsoever. We're not going to waste our time.
Aggression.
Pure aggression. Maybe we'll buy a UAV every once in a while, but you know, besides that, let's see. Because the A124 finally gets locked in from Movistar R7, and I think it's interesting, right? Because every time I see A124, it's usually be like, hey, there's Cassie on the opposite side. Let's just shut it down entirely.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love the A124 and the efficacy in terms of, you can bring in any of these active passive skills. We're just gonna block it out, and in that one small window, we're gonna wreck your lives, right? It's all about the timing here, so we have to see exactly how Movistar R7 makes good use of this. The response from Fluxo is, are you telling me they're going to drop their Skylar? Of course, this is not Battle Royale. They're going to be bringing in that Narrow. We really respect that. I really like that. And obviously, Iris could be this final pick here for MT7. Man's second guessing it, but he's going to lock that down. So behind those glue walls, you still can't run away.
Oh yeah, MT7, he loves this Iris, right? If it wasn't Iris, it was going to be Santino. We know it's one or the other. I do like the denial of Narrow on that side, but it just forces a Movistar R7 to lean into the Chrono. Just make sure, keep your eyesights open for MT7. He's going to be having to make some big plays on this Iris to get some value, because there's no information whatsoever from Fluxo.
And I don't think there's going to be a problem here. You look at the picks here. Fluxo is on a very aggressive approach to this fight. And Movistar, remember what was my assessment on the Chrono and Time Turner? They expect to get knocked down. They are playing a little bit of a defensive approach to this fight. I don't know if that is the best approach up against Fluxo, but it's all down to the execution. Sometimes if you're expecting that attack and if you're able to set up the counter perfectly, you are going to be able to reverse out whatever deadly fate Fluxo can hand out to you. But if you cannot do that, this is going to be a walkover, man.
I think pistol round is going to be the most important here, because generally speaking, right, Ignis is so good in these types of rounds. You get free damage, especially if your opponent reveals themselves early on. But I think this is where the A124 needs to come into play, right? Chrono cannot drop the Time Turner straight away, unfortunately, right? It needs to be layer by layer.
I mean, how does that Time Turner get used out there is going to be key here. Obviously, for those saves, if you're going to be hopping on in to pick up your buddies, you better be running the T-Ball on your side just to be a little bit more efficient, because Fluxo's not going to be skipping a beat. They find that knock, you pull out the Time Turner, they're going to be rushing into your Time Turner to wipe your whole squad out, right? That's the speed Fluxo has on their side, and they do not second-guess their approach. Especially when you look at the fact that they've got characters like Zane on their side, they really don't need to second-guess stepping into a hot battle in a 1v2, even a 1v3. We've seen Fluxo get it done.
I really hope that we don't see an accidental, this Cryo Mine is a little too good from Narrow, and I unfortunately dropped it in front of my teammates. That's one of those moments where it's like, well, nobody gets blue walls right now, so we got to play around it. And it's a scary moment, right? Because we've seen what happened in our previous series. Things can get out of control extremely fast. We know how Fluxo has played. They do like those cyber drops. They like to play for econ, especially against hyper-aggressive teams. But the composition that they have now, they might omit it in the mid-game.
So if you're talking about cyber drops, we also have to speak about the tactical market as well as the Smoke Vortex. The Smoke Vortex has been an integral part of the current meta.
So good.
In the past, it was those smoke grenades. Now you barely see those smoke grenades being popped out. It's just those Vortex, and you can pop out 2 there as long as you've got 2 of your players bringing in here the tactical market. But one thing that we've seen in the previous matchup between AG and Heavy, we are starting to see the hammer out as well.
Oh, yeah.
The enhanced hammer, I was not expecting to see it here in the semis, but I'm liking it, right? Because I've tried it out in CS myself, and I don't know whether the pro players find no use for it. I find a lot of use for it because I absolutely suck. And it just gives my damage a little bit of the extra oomph that you need, man.
Man, are you fragging out what's going on there? Getting free upgrades like it's nobody's business. I think for these professional players, the only understandable thing is the fact that it's the most cost-efficient item, right? You don't have to go for big AWMs on specific rounds. Winchesters can get you across that finish line. But it is time to kick things off in this best of 5. First map, it's here in the city of the future. Welcome to Nextera.
Team boosters are going to be crucial here. How and when these team boosters are used. Do you want to buy those weapons? As you can see, just 2 players from the side of R7 going in here for the investment into slightly better guns. Hacks cooking up that nade already. Opportunity, Games King, Della. And the smoke vortex just protects them for a little bit. Obscuring the vision. Booches in, gets caught out. Bob's right down at the bottom, but Games King should be able to catch sight of him.
And they jump right into the fight. No cryo mind, no spear as well. First blood already found by Games King. You see that Della walks onto the back of Bob's, taking him out, turning this into a 2v2. A lot more even in the earlier rounds. 18s in hand. And especially with the way that R7 is played, they waited for that first move coming in from Fluxo.
And the winning factor here for R7 at the very start was that smoke vortex. And that's the surprise factor. And obviously, you don't know exactly why that smoke vortex is being used. Do you want to obscure vision so you can get up to the top for that airdrop? Or are you going to be rushing through that smoke vortex? It was the latter here for the side of R7. And they get an easy 2-piece at the very start here. But it's still a decent 2v2 as Joker's not going to get picked up.
Yeah, but he still has 1 flame all ready to go. MT7 still hasn't popped his own active here. Della, they're just waiting. They're waiting for the time turner to come back up before they go for the full engagement. Keep in mind, they want to be close quarters. They got sights in hands, and here's the first flame wall. Looking at the meds, it looks like the med game's still okay for Games King and Della for the time being.
If this one gets into a CQC, R7 has got a big opportunity here. Step it on in with the side, gets the first slice. Take a step back, but will strike on Della. Hold it behind the Flame Mirage, 1 more! And the melee for MT7 just does not come through. Quick footwork from Games King, and he will get it with the shorty in a CQC. We already called it Gideon. And Movistar R7 punishes Fluxo in the opener.
They had no patience for it, and also they don't have weaponry to just spam through smoke in the first place. I love the way that they played this, and more importantly so, especially how they layered it. Unfortunately, Della was the first one who went down, couldn't get the time turner, but unfortunately, they couldn't keep track of Games and going back in and out of the Cyclone.
And again, the importance of that smoke vortex. It came in clutch for the first 2 engagements. It came in clutch for the wipeout of Team Fluxo towards the end as well. The placement of that smoke vortex was the winner here for R7. Not even the scythe could get it done, man.
Yeah, now rifles already being purchased from the side of Fluxo. They're buying up here, hoping that they can take these longer fights. But right now, they're just getting naded out of position. Contest for the airdrop is going to be hard. MT7 notices Joker on his flank, and Games King quickly takes the space.
This is a big risk here for Fluxo. They force-bought their way through into round 2, not depending on their defenses. G36 on a triple lineup and the double revolver in the hands of GU. MT7 initially taking a little bit of damage here. But that's going to be quickly recovered from Bobs up front. Della out in the open. Butsin does not take advantage, and Bob's getting away in the nick of time.
That's 2 active skill cards already used. Unfortunately, the silence for the A124 not capitalized on, and they lose their time turner. Now it's just holding the angles here. They do notice just at the edge that GU is coming around the flank. Della looking to respond to it by controlling the midsection as we see the rest of Fluxo actually holding onto the canister, forcing it all in. And Games King finds one empty trade as Hax takes Woodson down. And now it comes down to the back 2v2s once more, but unfortunately they don't find it. R7 coming up on top with 1 more trade. GU the only one left as Joker. He just sees the edge of him. He knows he's up there. He's going to work with Della, and they're going to eventually take him out. They know he's got akimbo revolvers.
desperate attempt here by Fluxo to force by their way through round 2, and this has turned out to be a massive mistake. Round 3, they are definitely going to be starved in terms of their resources, and R7 on the other hand is just going to be running through the first 3 rounds potentially absolutely easy. Now with the double revolver, GU just needs to hope for a miracle, gets tagged up. And this is where Movistar R7 takes advantage. G36 finding the final strike.
Good stuff from Movistar R7.
Yeah.
Because as we see these fights actually look to progress, look at the positions that they're trying to hold. They understand. I think they took a page out of E1's book.
Yes.
Every single time. E1 is looking to kind of hold the angles to make sure that they are outside, holding their opponents outside in the blue. And I think right now, Movistar R7 really taking advantage of that. And I think that Fluxo was actually hoping that Movistar R7 was going to be more aggressive. They weren't expecting so many delays in the first engagement. 2-0 right now for R7. This should be the tempo-breaking round, but with the forced buy coming in from Fluxo, the economy still looking healthy enough to at least get some ARs and as well as VSS in hand. Unfortunately, it's in Grav Labs though. It's anybody's game.
And again, Fluxo not holding back. They know you can't win out these rounds. Ooh, if you hold back, the G36 just got to get it done. And a little bit of advantage here is the fact that gravity will not be holding you down. What a turnaround. Bob shuts down GamesKing with a headshot. Joker takes advantage on a flying MT7, drops him. And R7 should be able to pull this away as well.
The front line's already... Oh! Hacks, he's down. What an opening pick coming in from Fluxo. Turning this into a 2v1. They can still pick up Bobs and save enough economy for the following rounds. And they're also stealing the upgraded weapons coming in from R7. At this point, Joker, he just has to deny as many weapons as possible in the following round. Unfortunately, he's on the opposite side of the map. VSS in hand, still has a rifle as well. Bobs is going to heal back up to full as you see that Butsin and as well as GU slowly taking the space on his left side. If he sticks his head out too far, he's going to lose his head. Bobs is ready to go. He's got a level 3 Winchester.
I mean, Joker needs a miracle right now to save him. He's got the VSK. That's half the miracle done there already. Comes across GU. G36 does not work out in his favor. Joker sprays him down. But Bobs with a Winchester gets the final shot in, and Fluxo pulls one back after force buying their way through the past 2 rounds.
Now this is the most important round, and they found it. This is going to equalize the economy for them. This is going to allow, and not to mention, they also picked up a cyber airdrop. So it's only going to get better for Fluxo as time goes by. If they can stack it to 2, it's even better. But I think that R7, unlucky for them, it's Grav Labs. What are you going to do about it? You're going to have to go back to back here and look to break the economy once more.
One of the big factors of the cyber airdrop is the fact that you get to buy the level 4 West a little bit later down in these rounds, and it comes in clutch a majority of the time. And it's going to be very crucial here between a fight of these two Titans, very aggressive squads. Nade and a beautiful escape by GU does not get tagged by it at all.
MVP so far has to be the nades, right? Whether it's from Fluxo, whether it's from R7, it really controls that space. And if you can find that pick, it's even better. MT7, aware that Joker is actually coming on the flank, he's getting Bobs to actually make sure that the entire flank is secure while GU and Butsin hold strong. The A1 is already out, but GamesKing and Della, they don't take advantage of this. They don't have the information to work with. They clued early on into the round, and they're just waiting to reaffirm the info. And here comes the flame wall into Della, and as well as GamesKing, they work together to get GU as the time turner comes out. Valley dash onto Bobs, isolating him from the fight, but GamesKing, he can't get back in. He still wins it from the outside. Hack has to cover the back. Butsin tries his best, and R7 taken away. 0 casualties.
Butches in, tries to butcher up the players of Movistar R7 with the scythe, but could not get a single connection. And you gotta really appreciate the footwork coming off of these R7 players. GamesKing is truly a king out there. Man made the right decision to not go for the graduation, because I don't know if or not his squad can hang on without this superstar.
All right, another cyber airdrop to contest for here. Both sides understand there's only 2 ways that this can go. There's low ground and high ground to play with. Everybody goes straight for high ground. MT7 as well as Joker will collide, but this is where it gets scary. First, it's going to be the flame balls, and as well as crank grenades just to slow things down. GamesKing going out of position, but manages to take down GU. While Butsin takes him out with a nade. GamesKing opens this game wide open with another clean round.
Is this that miracle run for LATAM. Is this that miracle run for Movistar R7? I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. And could this be the best setup in terms of confidence for the LATAM squad for Battle Royale tomorrow? But first, they need to get through this squad, and they potentially need to get through AG, who's already served them a hot plate of L in the past meeting as well.
It's getting bad for Fluxo, but I think they're just downloading the information. What is going wrong? Because these opening picks have not been found by MT7 just yet. Joker seeming to be a more prominent force in this game than they would have liked. Bops now making sure that they're trying to hold on. MT7 playing with the rest of the team on the low ground, but he's got a crossfire with Bops as anybody tries to go out of position. For now, we see the influence of the map, trying to make sure that even if you are controlling the center, we want you on one specific side of the center building.
Yeah, Joker's on the opposite end, just waiting for one of these Fluxo players to step on out onto that ledge. So far, everybody's playing the discipline well. Blushy comes out. Stacks up Game King just a tad bit here as they try to make good use of the Super Bonfire, but obviously nothing's going to come out of this, and R7 is going to try to bait Fluxo out of the building. This is a smart play here.
This really is. Now they're onto the second floor. I'm not sure if Fluxo and... no, they do. They quickly go down, and they've managed to at least find a trade between Hack. Stella, the next to a fall. They thought they had the drop, but Fluxo more aware than they were expecting. And this is off of Joker's clue initiative.
Nicely done.
Right? And they find another one right in the head into Butsin. Turning this into a 2v2, but can finishing them off. He might get the revive down just in time. But Games King in a 1v1 against GU as MT7 is about to get involved. Flame Ball gets thrown out, and Games King, shotgun and MP5 in hand, needs to make a choice on what he's going to do because the blue's coming in. GU has been targeted down, turns the 180. He's got the backup, and MT7 goes down.
The bait from Movistar R7 to drag the players of Fluxo out of the building, putting them straight in the crosshairs of Joker, who managed to take down 2 players, and then the Clutch King, Games King himself, getting the job done with the Mag 7. Phenomenal play. Those jumps just to peek over the glue wall, and timely. Fluxo thought he was going to get damaged by the zone, but instead the man brought the damage to their lives.
And they also secured themselves in the earlier round another cyber airdrop. So it's even between the two so far, and overwhelming odds. Now they're looking to control. Hack's a little slow to control the center. Butsin sees this, but unfortunately GU doesn't take advantage of it. Nade's going to be thrown out first. Hack's, he's getting poked the hell out as Game Kings and as well as Del. Wait, hold on. The A1 came on towards GU. Butsin can still use his active. He's trying to hold on, but Butsin ends up going down as GU heals in the middle of the zone. Della takes him out. Time Turner is already up. And that's going to be another cyber airdrop. Secure coming in from Fluxo, but at what cost? Maybe just map number 1.
Fluxo's definitely dropped the ball big time here. Buchizin is off form, pushing on in all on his own. Bobs tries to save the day here by taking Joker down. The sniper of MT7 unable to play his part in this massive fight between the squads. R7 on match point, looking for the victory here on game 1. Della, Winchester in hand, about to meet MT7 just around. Tags him up, double, and GU with the backs off of the Drogon.
Oh, and here comes Hack. He's on the low ground, and Games King needs to buy at least 3 seconds worth of time, but he goes down. It's too late. Fluxo recover from the initial damage, from the initial pick.
What?
Time Turner drop for himself, looking for it, and they've done it. At least they pulled it back one more round. 5-2 so far for Fluxo.
That was clutched by Bobs, quickly picking up MT7 off of that ground, and MT7, no time to waste, with that medkit rushing straight in to play the game of numbers up against the final survivor. Hacks on the side of Movistar R7, giving Fluxo another opportunity to extend this game 1. But is it too late? They've dropped the ball one too many times already. Still match point, Movistar R7.
Oof. They can't drop any more balls here for the side of Fluxo. They have to take their time, and they're noticing that they're panicking under the pressure as soon as the blue starts closing in. Clue popped super early on. They know it's a 2-2 divide. Now, Games King as well as Del are going to be working together on the north side as they want to make sure that this airdrop isn't going to be touched. Joker has been landing some great shots and pressuring MT7, forcing him, suppressing fire as Hacks slowly getting in. He's cooking that nade. He hears it. MT7, is he going to move? Doesn't bother, doesn't need to. Make sure that he's away from that corner. He could get blasted in the head. Luckily drops the glue wall just in time. Inhaler to keep himself alive as he gets whittled down slowly. Hack needs to hold this position. He's got 2 ready to bust through, and Butsin baits him out first with a swing back to take Hacks out. MT7 at least able to secure the elimination, turning this into a 4v3.
Hacks a little too confident that he had the enhanced hammer knocking up that Mag 7 of his, pushing to take the sniper off the side of Fluxo. But the partnership between him and his buddy managed to sort that out. Giu sorted out here. Della, the SK straight to the head, but now in a 1v3 at least for Della in the situation before Gamesking wraps around as well as he takes Giu out of the equation.
Again, really good recovery here. It's a 3v3 as the all hell breaks loose. Puts in and will put down R7's Joker. Gamesking still waiting for the opportunity. He gets shot in the back. He doesn't know where it's from. He knows there's a stop, but he manages to land it anyways. That's already bops down. He wants to pick up Della, but he knows somebody's walking around the back and puts in just in time, waiting for the shots to give him away.
Butch is in not waiting for game 2 to find the recovery in terms of his spacing. He wants to get it done right here, right now. Will Fluxo crush the confidence of Movistar R7 with a reverse sweep out of nowhere? If they pull this off, I think it'll be even more incredible than Movistar R7 ripping away game number 1. And Movistar cannot afford such a situation. They need to finish this right here, right now.
It costed them so much economy. And now the fourth cyber airdrop in play once again in favor of Fluxo. And you can see that immediately we see R7 trying to swarm the area, making sure that they're holding the high ground.
which is in.
He's taking a lot of damage here, but they want Bob, and they open it up. They catch Bob's, isolating him. Giu and as well as Winston trying to get something back. Time Turner saving the life of Adela. He's gonna melt a little, but that's totally
One
fine.
more.
They still have to chase Joker around, and Giu gets shot in the back by Gamesking, looking to suppress him. Fire. Winston takes one back, and he gets another. That's already 2 as MT7 takes out Della, and that's not looking great. But at the very least, MT7 is still alive. Hacks. If he gets picked off here, it'll be really unfortunate, but he manages to pick up his hombre, making sure that he's still alive. Hacks, Cyclone turns the corner, secures the round. Oh, dangerous moment, very dangerous moment.
But a brilliant move from Movistar R7 in that final round there. MT7 could have turned the situation around, but instead of going in carelessly for that 1v1, he focused on the pickup. He focused on playing the game of numbers up against the sniper of Fluxo, and those numbers definitely got it served up hot. They prevented a disaster in this first game, and they've also pumped themselves up with enough adrenaline to potentially take them all the way. But the problem here is, Gideon, it's a best of 5, bro.
Oh yeah.
One game, technically, on a stage like this, means nothing.
Hopefully, this isn't all the cards we've seen from Movistar R7, because now Fluxo most likely is going to take the first pick, and now they've noticed a couple of weaknesses. Number 1, hey, we get pressured too much when the blue starts pushing into us. We got to be a little bit more patient. Our regroup game is actually better if you start planning ahead of time for it. So that's something that we got to keep in mind here for the upcoming matches. But well done for Movistar R7. I'd want to say it's a dominating victory. You could see the momentum slowly turning, and they just shut it down before they could take it away.
And one of the few teams that do not use the time turner defensively. One of the few teams that so beautifully executes the aggression when the time turner is dropped, and you gotta love that, right? And Gamesking does not think twice with that Mag 7 jumping in and out, weaving through the time turner, avoiding damage and serving it up hot. I don't think Fluxo expected this out of Movistar.
Oh yeah, and I think that Gamesking really well played from him. He's making fast decisions, making connection after connection to make sure that his teammates are also covered when he has free time.
Yeah, man.
And that's the thing right now, because Fluxo overall, if we're comparing player to player, generally speaking, they're kind of all rounded.
Yeah.
I think that Gamesking has penetrated through all those stats.
Yes.
Something that they have to keep in mind for Fluxo in the upcoming game.
And a couple of early mistakes here by Fluxo. Initially with the force buys through those rounds, I was not a big fan of that at all. I think if you lose out your pistol round already, maybe just conserve for that second round and play your recovery on round 3, which is going to be a much safer bet, right? Granted, they did manage to pull that round 3 back, but they just couldn't recover overall. And your MVP, the kid that was supposed to attend his graduation, but he is going to graduate today once he defeats Brazil. If he keeps going on with this sort of a momentum, there's no doubt whatsoever he is going to get that done.
And I'm loving it, right? Ending this, at least the first map, on 13 eliminations, high damage, 6 assists overall, running the tack mark, and of course, the Mag 7. No surprises there. I do want to see the scoreboard here, because who else was able to kind of compete with those numbers? And on the opposite side, at least there's a better distribution between GU and as well as MT7, but nobody comes remotely close, especially when Joker is landing some good shots.
Yeah, I mean, look at the assists out of Joker, though. He's getting those tags, he's marking up those players, and he is allowing the rest of his team members to get the deed done. Those 6 eliminations are not telling of the impact that Joker brought into this matchup. On the opposite end, you look at MT7, he's trying to do the exact same thing, but the rest of his team members just weren't carrying the pacing of this game enough. I think Butchizin kind of dropped the ball one too many times, right? I see what he was trying to do. Maybe against a different squad, it might have worked out. Maybe against one of the Southeast Asian teams, except AG, it might have worked out, you know? But yeah, up against this LATAM squad, nothing was working because Movistar R7, they were not the defensive version of themselves. They were just all-out attack. And this was one of those mistakes where Butchizin just literally walks into that battle. You're not going to be able to get out of there with your life.
He wasn't 100% sure how the crossfire was set up, and I think that's the big problem here. With no information to work off, you really have, everybody has to be on their toes, and more importantly, just aware of the entire battle situation. Nobody can be left out of the loop. So I can't imagine what the comm sounds like on Fluxo's side, because for R7, it's pretty straight cut. Once Game King is already in, everybody starts getting pulled by the I think he's going on. Bob suddenly GU is out of position every single time. And I think that
that's true.
R7, they've got a really good formula working for them. And I think that right now, what Fluxo needs is an instigator. Somebody who's able to kind of probe a reaction from your opponent.
Yeah, that's true, man. And just like what Movistar R7 was doing, right? Baiting out Team Fluxo just so that Joker can have those clear line of sight. But Fluxo this time around, taking that electrotherapy out of the equation, understanding that Movistar R7, if they're already this aggressive with that electrotherapy, they're just going to take it up to the next level. They take that out of sight. Movistar R7, on the other hand, has an opportunity here to punish MT7, who's clearly landing a lot of those shots.
Let's see where Movistar R7 is going to lead into, right? Because I feel like if Fluxo, are they going to let the Tatsuya through once more? Because again, if they're leaning into Cassie, they're saying it's either we pick it to deny because we're first pick, or we're saying it's whatever. Game's King, you do you. We might have an answer in our back pocket.
The A124 taken out of the equation. Good idea. Movistar R7 kind of saying like, okay, all right, we've made sure we abuse the A124. Let's see if or not we can prevent them from using it up against us. They take that out. Gio, on the other hand, has first dips. Obviously, that Oscar is going to be a big favorite here.
It can go to anybody right now. Fluxo, looks like they're hovering over the Zane so far. Pretty standard opener. Generally okay, but I don't know if that's going to be what is going to make the difference in this game. Because then again, they set it up with the Cassie ban.
I mean, it didn't work out earlier, but I guess Fluxo is confident with this lineup with Zane in it. So let's see exactly how this one works out for them. Earlier, Tatsuya was taken out. This time, since it's not, it is Movistar R7 that brings him in alongside with that blue combo. So they're going to have information, and if they want to play full-on Russia squad once again, this clue is going to be integral for them.
Oh, I love the fact that Movistar R7, they immediately go, okay, let's get a base and let's get immediately a ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Because Tatsuya, if you can chain those knockdowns together and get those resets, it looks crazy. Clue, I'm not limited with my information. I don't need you to be doing a specific action to show you on the map. It's a simple tap of a button. We've got a UAV ready to go. I think that Fluxo on the opposite side might be forced back into Coda, but then again, we've seen how often it happens. And Orion, I like this.
I like it. I like it. I really like it. I mean, clearly, this is respect being shown to Movistar R7. I mean, these buggers keep running at us and gutting us down. This Orion is going to come in clutch, because just when you think you're about to knock him down, he's sucking the life out of you, and he's taking absolutely no damage whatsoever, allowing him to potentially reposition, buy a little bit of time for the rest of his team members. You've got Zane on the front line as well with the extra layer of defense. And of course, to kind of patch this up well, this Ignis could be a good pick just to block out a little bit of information from Movistar R7. But of course, they've got the clue on their side, so they'll kind of have a clue of what's going on out there as well.
I think that the Oscar
There
is
you
going to
go.
be much better in this stage, right? Because again, it wouldn't make sense for Movistar R7 to be like, okay, we got clue, but if we really want to ruin their day with no information, we could go with the Coda. After happening in what happened in map number 1, there's just no need. So they go into the Chrono once more. And I think at this point, really a lot of potential ways to punish Movistar R7, which I think is interesting, right? Because Orion for number 1 against the Tatsuya, if Tatsuya happens to use the Rebel Rush out of position and Orion goes into his invulnerable state, oh no, Tatsuya, no reset for you, and you're out of position.
And obviously, this Iris is going to be taken by the one and only Joker. I think it's going to be integral for his snipes from afar. Santino brought in here from the side of Fluxo. So they're looking to play that position on this map. They're looking to play a little bit of an aggressive form as well. So this was a question we asked. Do they double down on the aggression, or do they switch onto a more defensive mode? Fluxo says, we are going to double down, Mustachio. Let's take the fight to them. This one is going to be a slugfest, but honestly, I expected the slugfest in the game 1 already.
Yeah.
We didn't get it.
Now, interestingly enough, they're going to give the Orion over to Jiu. Butzin's going to be playing Zane, Bops is going to be playing the Oscar. No surprises that Santino goes over to MT7. And I think that's the thing, right? Probing for that initial information. They're not going to do it with shots. They're going to do it with their physical bodies. They're playing with no info whatsoever. So they're trying to make sure that Movistar R7 is going to get punished as they walk up into the center of the ring.
And Movistar R7, if anything, the Chrono pick has been integral for all of their victories so far. If you really do want to ban something out of Movistar R7, it has to be the time turn. But instead, taking the Cassie out of the equation, I don't see exactly where Fluxo is coming from. And if they get punished for that pick once again, I think this one is going to be a little telling, but fingers crossed they find a little bit of a recovery, right? Because looking at how exciting some of these rounds are, looking at how fast some of these rounds are, I want a Game 5, my friend.
Oh yeah, same. I do want to see that Game 5 actually come through. But I really need to see Movistar R7, some of the other members, actually becoming a legitimate threat, because so many of the decisions being made from Fluxo is to say, hey, we're going to cut the legs from under game speed. We're going to take away the Cassie so you don't have the support. We're going to have an Orion so you can't get that first initial pick. Obviously, it comes at a sacrifice of Colonel, but at the end of the day, if your best player can't perform and everybody else isn't a threat, that's as good as taking out the whole team.
Yeah, no doubt at all. So it's also good, by the way, to see the Enhanced Hammer in here. We were thinking, okay, maybe the pro scene does not need the Enhanced Hammer. Maybe they want to focus on a little bit more for the team booster, the tactical market. But we're starting to see it here on these crucial rounds. Because what do you need to overcome a little bit of world-class aggression? Just a little bit of extra firepower. So good to see it here. How effective it's going to be used out there, though, is of course going to be a big question. Sometimes you get a little overconfident with that Enhanced Hammer. You think that you're going to be able to rush and get the knock. and we've seen them kind of be punished as well.
They have been punished, but I would love to see, hopefully sometime in the future, what that full setup is going to look like, because I'm curious, how many team boosters are they running on top of the attack bar? Is it 2 and 2? Are they going to have one person on the anvil? Are they saying, you know what, team boosters cost a little too much. We need to make sure that the hammer is there just to make sure that we have those upgraded weapons almost comparable to some of the more meta weapons that we've seen in the past.
And of course, if you bring in 2 team boosters, there's a high probability that your team is going to be super stacked, right? Because you're going to get max EP, faster EP conversion. Max EP, faster EP conversion just basically means you get to be aggressive out there. You get to convert all of that 200 EP into extra life and take those aggressive fights. You're going to have your speed boost, extra medkit, and obviously, we didn't see many of those medkits being used, but the speed boost as well as HP will allow the squad of Movistar R7 to get this done once again. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's Solara, baby, game 2. Can Movistar R7 go 2-0, or will your 2-time world champs pull one back?
They're going to be battling each other in the place of sun and fun here. So we see that R7 coming up. Joker, once again, going for the initial flank. Butson actually going pretty wide here. It's a 1-2-1 split up coming in from Fluxo. They want to make sure that they've got all their sides covered. They figured out one, but where is the main fighting force? And Butson, you can hear the footsteps. He knows that the airdrop is on his side of the map, and he's going right in. Tries to make it work, but unfortunately gets USP down from multiple sides.
Yeah, man wanted the scythe, bro. I see exactly what he was thinking. He was going for the mustachio play right there, trying to slice and dice. When you can't play those pistol rounds, the scythe comes in clutch for sure. Joker taken out. The 1-4-1 so far. Things have been evened out here. But Jiu, potential to get caught out here as he's flanked way too far away from the rest of his team members.
I mean, he may be far away, but at the very least, he knows for a fact that he's taken out Joker. The rest of R7 trying to deny the information, right? Trying to not give too much away as they need to get into the center. And now that Fluxo is slowly encapsulating them, they have hanging members here and there. We need to see a full commitment from R7 as the blue starts to come in.
MT7 is still going to be dangerous here. Has the M500 in hand. And R7 understands that they can't play the distance, but you have to understand the M500 can literally get a one-shot knock in the CQCs as well. Hax has to be very careful here.
Oh, and Haxi waited. Time is it? And a
Fighting time! Oh! That's the kind of headshot I'm talking about. A one-shot downer. Hax taken out. Games King for the backstab. Headshot to Bob. Drops him. He turned around, but Della tries to save the day. MT7 a little too slow to this fight.
Oh! He gets at least Games King at the very least. Turning this into a 1-more. He's got Scythe in hand. Time Turner just timed down.
There you go.
Oh, the blue, unfortunately, not in his favor. Both in the exact same HP, but now, whoa, Della, he's taking too many shots. One shot left, and MT7 closes out the round. Wow, that really came down to the wire.
Clutched out by MT7. Very, very dangerous situation here when you try to take on that sniper in these early rounds. That M500 is great for the long range and surprisingly effective in the CQC. I found that out accidentally.
Hey, it's a hand cannon on the pistol round, and it comes with its own risks and its rewards.
Oh, yeah.
Round 2 about to kick off here. Now, with R7 already seeing what happened just now, they're like, okay, all right, not the biggest deal in the world. We got the initial punish, but we couldn't go further than that. We know that they played the 1-2-1, but in this particular setup, it looks like it's going to be a default spread from the side of Fluxo. Now, R7 is the one taking the 1-2-1, making sure that they keep their eyes on that drop.
Initially, when I started playing Clash Squad, I never used to purchase the M500. And then there's one time where I accidentally purchased it, like in the final few seconds of that round start, and I couldn't undo it, right? And I just ran into that fight, accidentally got 2 headshots, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, this gun is surprisingly effective in CQCs. And it's good to see Fluxo managing to pull that away with MT7, and now because of that round victory, they are decked out. Double Kingfisher, VSK, Mini Uzi in their hands, and it's understandable why R7 does not want to get into a full-on combat. But with the guns that they've got on their side now, those Kingfishers, you need a little bit of range here, and they need to catch these players off guard. Della, Time Turner pulled out in the nick of time here, but mainly for the defense. Games King flanks around GU, a sliver of health, but manages to get away.
Now they're taking the time, and they've already found one. And now, oh, Joker, he's taken out of the equation. Games King the next to fall as MT7 finds the headshot, puts it with the Mini Uzi, takes out Della, and this should be a closing round. Puts in finally on his knees. Does he find the elimination? No, he does not. It's going to be a clean round coming in from Fluxo as they take round number 2 here against R7. As expected, you know, they're not coming in with the best economy, but
Yeah.
we need to see the tempo breaker.
No, but this was a big mistake coming through from Movistar R7. It's the wrong compound to bring out a gun like that. And you had 3 players going in for the investment onto the Kingfisher. I'm not a big fan. I mean, if there was a Mag 7 in that round, obviously the boys couldn't afford it. But if it was, the situation would have been a little bit different, right? Obviously, Fluxo managing to pull this one away easy off of them. But now, with a 2-0, R7, because of that force buy earlier, they don't get to deck themselves out on the defensive. So 2 of their players, Joker and Della, no helmets, no vest, they're going to be in trouble.
In comparison to Fluxo,
Oh,
huge purchases on their side, making sure that they've got the armor clear, and now the full all-in. Butts in trouble, quickly hiding into the smoke, tries to close himself off. Luckily, the time turner from Games King, knowing that he's isolated on the iframes, doesn't allow. Oh, the nade from Pops from up top, taking out one, and Della. Games King holds on, finds a 1-for-1 trade with the help of Hacks. Puts in, unfortunately, hiding in the corner. Can't do much about it as MP7 finds ahead of Hacks, and now it comes down to just Joker. Man, the nade from Bobs from up top. Didn't see that one coming. Hooked it well. And Joker, unfortunately, finding himself on the wrong side of the blue.
absolutely, man. I mean, amazing nade out there, Bob, in that situation. But unfortunately, R7 just could not find that recovery. A very scrappy play, aggressive. They went in there for the rush. Time turner pulled out effectively, but the footwork out of the rest of the Fluxo members to avoid the initial shutdown, that was perfect. And obviously, those smoke vortexes proved to be very effective once again. Dropped right down the middle so that they could secure that cyber point for themselves.
And I love the fact that Fluxo identified who Games King was immediately. They saw the initial dash through. That's when GU was like, oh no, hell no, I'm not going to give you a free reset and then lose my entire backline. Goes invulnerable. And now here's the big slugfest that we're waiting for, right? Going to be shotguns all across the board, and immediately Games King finds one in the box.
There you go.
Turner as well, as he also secures the elimination. Hack takes out MT7, and now, close. He knew that his head was on the chopping block. Stella is able to execute the rest. Nicely played from the side of Movistar R7.
That's what I expected in that round 2 or round 3. Movistar R7 doesn't deliver, but at least in round 4, they made a little bit of comeback. And I was wondering, are we even going to see the Orion in play or not? You know, finally came in, but of course didn't come in clutch. Just bought him a little bit of extra few seconds out there in terms of survival, but none of the rest of his team members were around to help him out. Movistar R7 going to try to fight back through this game. But now you look at the gear. Triple VSK. They've got a level 3 MP5 on their side as well. They've got the firepower.
Let's see whether this firepower actually comes into use, right? Right now, with one cyber airdrop in favor of Fluxo. R7 don't want to give too much away. First pick is going to be on. Oh, wait, hold on. Hacks, he jumps right through. Tries to get Butsin, but gets shot in the back by GU. Good comms. Butsin gets traded out, unfortunately. And luckily, they got Games King down with a throwable. And now with a time turner right in the smack center, it's just a matter of numbers and a matter of time. Fluxo closes out the round.
You cannot run into your opponents in such a manner. And of course, that nade proving to be, once again, super deadly on the side of Bob's. Fluxo just has got that timing perfectly nailed down when it comes to those lethals being popped.
Oh, yeah. And you would imagine that Bobs will be the first one to try and take aggression, right?
Yeah.
To say, yo, you know what? I need to put you on the defensive. But instead, he lets GU and Butsim kind of work together in the front. And he hooks those nades nice and perfect for himself. Now, as we see, 6th round already begin. 2 cyber airdrops to the side of Fluxo. Once again, it's going to be a contestation for the center UAV thrown out here from the side of Fluxo. Gets shot down. Look at the Santino dummy. It's going pretty far.
And I think I kind of like...
Oh, Hacks!
I was about to say, I like the Oscar being the backup player, but I like that nade a little bit more. What a double nader. Lethal drops perfectly on the heads of Fujitsu and GU. Joker doesn't hold back. No jokes for you this time round. All seriousness, leaving MT7 in a 1v4. And no amount of skill can save this man right now.
Oh yeah, and Games King, he knows. He's even dropping the time turn just for the fun of it. He goes down as MT7 puts him in his place. Unfortunately, stealing the shotgun in hand, but Hax finally takes him out. Oh my goodness, Hax, what an opening pick after the first shots come out. Yeah. And the craziest part, we're already past 11-11. He got a 2-for-1 deal.
Well, that's exactly why the Steffi has got such a great win rate whenever picked, right? Those nades, when they get dropped, my goodness me, they truly annihilate.
Now, we go into the 7th round. It's real dangerous here. Right now, R7 are working with no cyber airdrops whatsoever. It's going to be pretty difficult to contest for it at this stage, especially with how much weaponry that Fluxo is making sure. And Bop's immediately trying to punish anybody hopping onto those guardrails. Quickly, GU, he's already been chunked down to 10% of his HP. They need to slow down for a little bit. More shots being connected by R7 in comparison to Fluxo as the nade come through. Oh, Bop's just dodging it as Games King and Della hold the space. Hax, again, trading nades against Bop, so you don't know where he is for certain. And forcing out the time turner is actually great for Fluxo.
Absolutely, Hax now. GSK circling around. MT7, a timely glue wall to block out the access here. No snipe is going to take him down just yet. GU circling around. Max 7 in hand. Once this glue wall goes down, he can rain those bullets down onto Games King, who's waiting a lethal angle here with a glue wall of his own. Broken down by the Valiant Dash. Pop opens up Games King, who still stays alive with the smoke vortex. Hops right back in and drops bombs instead. What a play from Games King.
Oh, he gets back into it. He's still around and making sure that he's holding ground, and he plays the ball. Dash after Rebel Rush after Rebel Rush. Joker covers his back. I thought that was an incredibly good play.
Yeah.
Coming in from Fluxo, they knew exactly where the Cyclone was going to get dropped. They just said, hey, I'm going to be the first to comment. I need you to spill in afterwards. I'll get you the information you need. And unfortunately, Games King was able to frag out.
Pops had the Valiant Dash on that Oscar, but Movistar R7 had the Games King, bro. What a phenomenal turnaround after what could have been absolutely disastrous. That Valiant Dash breaking down those glue walls, opening up the fight. Unfortunately, the timing was great on the side of Fluxo. What they didn't expect was the little bit of a smoke vortex that this man called Games King using to perfection to play that defense, hopping in and out of his own time turner as well. But now, this deep freeze, not going to be freezing anyone just yet. Glue wall by Buchizin. Once again, pulls out the time turner this time, drops the ball.
Beautifully played, beautifully played. Oh, they managed to get him back up. The nade retrades once again, coming in from Bob's, making sure as Gio opens up the map entirely. Della isolating himself as Hax is trying his best to play within the time turners, gets gunned down at the very end here. But MT7 had his scopes on him the whole time. Very good adjustment coming in from Fluxo.
And this is why you need the tactical market, because look at the number of time turners that were pulled out there. Obviously, not all of those time turners came from just one player. And the investment of bringing the tactical market pays off big time. But match point still, though, on the side of Fluxo. R7 just couldn't get a miracle pulled off this time round. And they literally need exactly that. What a shot onto Buchizin as we open things up here, slowing the man down instantaneously. And Fluxo, they just need one more round to pull us equal.
Now Joker, he's got the AWM in hand. He's already made good use of all. Games King loses his head to MT7 and even gets put down into the dirt. Della unable to find the trade as Santino tries to Santino away. MT7 unfortunately goes down. Della needs to buy as much time as possible. Hopping up for the canister as Hax gets in, trying to isolate GU, but unfortunately iframe's out of there. Enough time has been bought. Puts in, but at one. Hax already down. Della doesn't find the retrade as Bob blows right through, taking Della's attention. Joker all by himself. No CQC, but he's got an AWM and he needs to make it count as Butzin slowly putting the holes in him. Joker finds one headshot, and now it's all up to GU. One shot.
Brilliant pickup onto Bob. This is going to be crucial. Game of numbers! And he drops the final shot in. And all thanks to the Orion, takes no damage whatsoever. M590 with an explosion at the very end of that shot comes in clutch at the end. And Fluxo pulls one back. This is one hell of a series, man.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I like seeing the adjustments as they get into the game. They're getting in tune with each other.
Yeah.
And now they're remembering, all right, nades are a very big part of this game. Let's utilize it. We don't need to put our bodies on the line just yet.
I saw the super bonfire coming out as well from the players on the side of Movistar R7. I don't think it was used to perfection though, because you kind of saw them kind of default back to it once they started taking damage. But there's no extra bit of boost in the initial part of that engagement, which I think they could have made a little bit better use of in that situation. But of course, mistakes made at this point of time still means that they can find the recovery in the next couple of games.
Yep, I think it's about the placement, right? Because at the end of the day, the initial plan was to say, hey, we dropped the super bonfire.
Yeah.
We want to be able to, if one of our flanks is in trouble, they can at least rotate back into it, heal back up, and then we can move together.
Yeah.
And Fluxo, I love the fact that in the early rounds, they just defaulted, right? 1, 2, and 1. Simple 4-man split. They just need the information first before they can start taking advantage of the verticality of the overall maps.
Yeah. Or, I mean, if you look at it from the side of Games King squad, Movistar R7, if you get Mammoth on round 1, you're going to be pretty lucky because you don't need to deal with the MT7 aggression with those long shots off of the VSK in those later rounds. But no telling if or not if you're going to get dragged back into Mammoth again, right? Oscar this time taken out, Cassie banned out by Movistar R7, Fluxo understanding that this is going to be a little bit of a problem with how much of open ground there is here on Kalahari on CS maps.
Yeah, Movistar R7 said, you know what? This Cassie ban that you guys have been doing, we're going to do it for you this time.
Yeah.
Let's see what else you think. They're probing for information. If you get rid of Oscar, that's fine. We're still going to get Tatsuya on your side. And now Fluxo has to make a couple of decisions. Again, Clue and Coda are still available to be picked here. But generally speaking, we've seen that Fluxo has leaned into the Ignis, has leaned in specifically to the Zane to complement the composition.
Tatsuya is a decent pick, but I do expect Fluxo to always have this constant pick of Zane, right? Extra layer of defense, you head on in there and you just wreck your opponents. And they've got the mechanical skills to get that done. They also want to rip the clue off of the players of Movistar R7. So now for the first time, we get to see if or not they double back down here to pick the Coda when they don't have the clue.
Interesting. Fluxo just want to make sure that Movistar R7 is just a little bit uncomfortable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they play Coda in Battle Royale, but it's a little different when you're coming in the Clash squad. The timing's under pressure is difficult. Coda finally going to get picked up here, but what is going to be the complementary pick to kind of pull this squadron together?
You need the Chrono for sure, Movistar R7. I think the Chrono has come in clutch many a times for the squad already. And granted, you can definitely buy that skill off if you do have the tactical market on your side as well. But having it on your side as an active skill has been an integral part of the aggression out of Movistar R7. And as we speak of this Chrono, he comes in as the third pick for the side of Movistar R7. I'm really liking the pick out of Movistar, mainly because you can play it either way, defensive or aggressive. You can play the pacing instead of following whatever Fluxo sets out after. Oh man, just Orion again.
Yep, so at least we know for a fact that they don't need Orion's aim as well as the Oscar to make this work. It's a one-for-one trade-off every single time. As long as you got Zane, there's a lot more options that you can work with. And now we come over to Movistar R7. All right, how do we back up Games King? We saw what happened when Orion just goes invulnerable, and usually there's two, maybe one other member who's following behind GU when he makes that entry. So they're going to be looking, hovering over the Iris, and finally gets it. So they're really just making sure, hey, guys, we just need to play better, right? Play better around the time turners. We know that Tatsuya is going to be an important factor. Most importantly, tack marks.
I got a shock there. I thought Hax was going to play the Iris, and then I started having questions in my head. But I like the fact that we switched it over to Joker. And I'm usually not a big fan of Iris. But when you play this Iris on Kalahari, it's a different story altogether. Oh yeah. Right? Because you've got a lot of open ground out there. Those glue walls are definitely going to be brought into play. And this Iris can definitely come in clutch in those situations.
And not to mention that a lot of the members are going to be running with at least one long-range weapon, depending on what style map we actually get within Kalahari. So at least the follow-up shots isn't solely dependent on you. Other people can chunk them out first. Pull the attention away.
But now I'm really nervous because this previous game, Game 2, we saw Fluxo responding to the comp of Movistar R7. It brought them the victory. Movistar R7 has not adjusted their comp at all. They're still going with their comfort picks. And if this is how you're going to approach the game up against a team like Fluxo, I think you're asking for trouble for sure. Because Fluxo determined, okay, this is exactly what the problem is. This is how we're going to counter the squad. And they got that spot on, man.
I feel like Movistar R7, knowing that they're coming in with their composition once again, really wants to take advantage of map knowledge, right? Because again, early Tatsuya dashes actually isn't a bad idea to close the distance fast and make sure that you get key points on the map to make first contact to slow your opponent down. That way, you can start opening up opportunities for maybe Della or even Joker to get the second shot to finish them off.
Yeah, I'm thinking this Tatsuya is going to be used in a defensive manner because the last time I saw the players of Movistar R7 running in at Fluxo on the Game 2, it didn't end very well for them at all. I think in that first game, they definitely caught Fluxo off guard. They should have crushed them in the Game 2, but the counter draft was just too good on the side of Fluxo. I mean, Brazil definitely understands the meta of the game down to the T.
And I think that the better solution right now is, hey, we got a lot of open areas.
Yeah.
We cannot afford to get naded out like we did in game 2, right? So let's take our time a little bit here. We need precision on top of the aggression. We've set it up perfectly in game number 1. They fell for it, but now that they're not falling off, we need to show new habits, right? New habits for them to try and download, thinking that maybe we've completely changed our style of play, and then hit them where it hurts the most.
I would have definitely liked to see the Steffi part of the roster this time around.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that was not the case, and it's not like Fluxo's not teasing them with those nades. We've already seen it a couple of times, and Bobs is deadly when it comes to those nade drops on their heads, right? So this is going to be a crucial game here for the side of Movistar R7. They need to win this if they want to stand a good chance. Winning this, of course, does not guarantee you the grand finals, but at least it will up the ante a tad bit. If Fluxo pulls this one away, yeah, I'm going to be a very, very nervous guy for Latam.
I mean, I want to just make sure that Latam gets the important spotlight that they've been missing out on for so many years here. Coaches going to be given their fist bumps. I'm trying to look at faces and see how they're feeling. Fluxo's coach, he knows. He's like, oh boy, this is going to be one hell of a game. Let's jump right into it. We saw the sun and fun, but now it's to the highest heights. The heat is here. Kalahari is map number 3.
And one of the things we didn't talk about yet, Gideon, is the efficacy of using Sentino on Kalahari.
Yes.
You definitely need to have that extra bit of capability to reposition, especially when you play in a situation like this. Bob's flanking around to the right-hand side, potentially bumping into the sniper of Movistar R7 Joker. And the smoke vortex will protect the players on Fluxo just a tad bit. And you see the placement here of the super bonfire. Strategizing this perfectly in a 2v2, but Games King pulls it out. The side play now, but Fluxo quickly backs away, not wanting to deal with this, and a great play from them. The pickup is instantaneous. Della gets it, but the Orion will protect GU long enough for them to get the drop on them, but Della comes in clutch either way.
That's so dirty. I never thought of it. Now Della finally goes down. Bops was able to take out Joker in the back as Hax chases MT7. Gives us a little bit of time. I didn't think that this would matter too much, but holding the Orion for that long, you can see the tether. So technically, you get to see through the smoke. You have a very good idea where they're running from. Really nicely done here, coming in from Fluxo.
I think the footwork from Fluxo was brilliant, and the moment they failed getting the sight out of the airdrop, you can clearly see the communication. We can't hear them, but we can see that communication happening. Both players putting a little bit of distance between themselves as well as Movistar R7, shooting through that smoke vortex, getting a lot of damage in, and then together hopping back in there for a 2v2. That chaos was just a little bit unbearable. And of course, no sight on their side initially, but with the drop, they pull it into their hands either way.
All right, now they're going to make sure that both these pyramids are going to get locked down very quickly. Hax taking small compounds for himself to look for angles towards MT7. He's expecting to see him at some point. Bop's on the opposite side, holding the small wall, waiting for an opportunity, but oh, all right. They've slowed completely down. The first initial nade seems good. They figured out where at least one of the members of R7 is going to be. With the Santino, going to reposition once again. A good fake here to hopefully get a reaction. They have Joker and Games King looking to that side as GU now getting pressured by Hax. They probed a response, and Hax is here to respond. GU has to be careful. Can't take the high ground for his head quickly. Is going to pop the Orion to reposition. Games King walks out, and Bobs takes him out. They have sold the idea. Information given away, and now it's going to be a full commitment. Right? Straight through the cycle, and they find Hax as he's on his way down. Della, he needs to find at least one trade back as Games King is back on his wave. Oh no, gets cut down, could not get the full recovery here. A complete domination in this round for the side of Fluxo. So clean, what a sell at the beginning.
Yeah, Butcherzin was butchering everyone out there. Amazing initial slice, and continues to pummel them with the VSS that had already been enhanced by that enhanced hammer. This is Fluxo at their very best. This is Fluxo playing the meta down to the T. And Movistar R7, initially in game 1, you could see some potential of rushing in at Fluxo. Yeah, my advice for them is stop doing that because you no longer control the pacing of this game.
They have to remember that Santino is on Fluxo's side. Bops, that opener where he initially probed for a response, managed to find a connection. No downs, but just a connection, and even sold it even harder by dropping a glue wall to say, hey, I'm walking up, and I'm Santino. Figure it out whether I'm going to be there or not. As they try to control the center of the map so far, we see that at least, oh, for Movistar R7, a little bit of a difference here, but they want to get the cyber airdrop as soon as possible. Putin is willing to put his life on the line here with GU alongside him, but unfortunately, too many side clones can't see it. Della and Games King blind to what's going on, and a nade from their flank, and Bops quickly repositions. Della, he's looking in the direction, he's not sure whether he's still there.
This is why you need to team up with the rest of your friends and play, man. One guy gets to drop the smoke vortex, the other guy gets to drop the super bonfire, and you get to get that cyber point for your squad very early on. Big brain play out of Fluxo. Movistar R7 kind of had the exact same idea. They dropped that one a little bit too far away. Games King now trying to put himself in a little bit of trouble, but he does not know that. In a 1v2 situation here as he hops through, the site now will be pulled out. But no drops coming on through just yet. Games King still surviving.
Yeah, Games King, he was just trying to deny the point as long as possible, really dragging it out.
That's Santino.
Oh, they're trying to turn the tides here. Santino quickly changes, but Bops gets headshot here. Put it down into the dirt, and now the rest of the team is turning the corner as Games King all by himself has to reposition. Unfortunately, bumps into the wall, and Butzen takes him out. MT7 finds Hacks with a deagle of his own, and at the end of it all, Fluxo only loses Bops at the very end.
They still have not found the solution for this damn Orion. And that has been the bane of Movistar's existence for that previous game as well as this one. No counter pick for the Orion basically means this man just gets to walk into these battles and walk out, because if he's not getting the knocks, he's just a major distraction that's just throwing Movistar R7 into a fix.
All right, here's my suggestion. I think that R7, if they can get enough economy for the following round, you purchase Ordnance. You really need to control those cyber airdrops without putting your body on the line. You gotta force you to use the Orion as soon as possible. Unfortunately though, Della, he's already chunked down to 1/3 of his life. GU and as well as Woodson working the sides as Games King and Hacks is already approaching, forcing them in an awkward spot. They lock them in though. Center of the map already given to the control of R7. Joker now repositioning, but MT7 is trying to limit that movement. Hacks on the low ground, making sure that they have to keep Fluxo honest. However, Hacks is out in the blue, and Fluxo, they want to punish this. They know that he has to move eventually. They see the nub of his head as Bops is making sure that their backs are going to be contested with against Della and Games King. Oh, spamming through ahead of time with a team member to break the blue wall, and now it's all hell breaks loose. Woodson finds one in Games King, turning this into a 2v4 scenario. Fluxo quickly shaking it up. Ducking under, over the head, finds the uppercut to close out the round.
They have not found the solution. They have not found a way to stop Fluxo. You need to maintain your distance, but instead what we see Movistar R7 doing is still playing the confidence of game one, rushing into these battles. The confidence that Games King can still come out clutch in these early parts of the game should not be there anymore. And it's really punishing them big time, my friend.
It is, and I think that Fluxo, I think they've taken at least understood, hey, if they're gonna pump fake us, we gotta pump fake them. But their defense is so much better. Locking off those angles with their glue walls and making sure that they can control the timings of when to engage. Now, the Ordnance has been purchased coming in from R7. Very good option. GU still has the whole Hacks tries, but Woodson, unfortunately, is there to catch him off guard. They get one back with the help of GU. And that's gonna be the round for sure. Games King tries his best. GU with the help. Oh, wait. Oh, boy. Bob's getting involved. He wants to get some assists in here. He can't let GU have all the fun. And I think they're going to go try and give him an ace here. Why not, right?
Goodness me. Butch is in. Opportunity. Level 3 MP5 in hand. Goes in for the sprays.
And there we have it. GU finally finding it at the end. Oh, boy. What a hard round here. I love the adjustment because they were expecting, okay, if we're going to do the same thing like we did in those 2 rounds before, they're going to purchase Ordinances. How do we deal with this? GU, you're the only one who can hold out that front. We just need to make sure that if they want to come into compounds, we're there to punish him. Woodson, he was there.
I mean, this one is looking like it's definitely going to go the way of Fluxo. It does not take a genius to figure that out. They're on a 5-0 scoreline on match point right now for this game number 3. And if Movistar R7 does not have a counter draft to deny the access from that Orion, to deny the reposition from that Sentino, we are going to see a 3-1 scoreline by the end of this series, going the way of Fluxo. This is all on the side of Movistar R7. I don't know how they can make a comeback. I think a comeback on this game number 3 is impossible for LATAM.
It could be anybody's game, right? Still, Jiu gonna slowly start working that spine, making sure that if Hax is going to sit right in the center of it, he's gonna get taxed for it. Della and Games King are in position, right? They just have to wait for the blue to start closing, to start moving up into those ribs. Bobs will eventually have to move it. Oh,
big one!
What a headshot coming in for Joker, but Woodson, he needs to immediately trade this. He turns the corner, a little late on it. Oh, Joker, he misses the shot, and Bob takes him out. Turning this into a 3v3. Now center control up on the spine. Ordnance is being spammed out by R7. They need to take control of these ribs, but they can't afford trades. Bob's the next to fall. Games King chasing him behind MT7, getting some good shots, but not enough to find it. MT7 finds Hax at least with a headshot. Games King finally trying to close out this round. Woodson, he's going to be playing on the low ground, but eventually high ground control. Oh wait, Della, he's jumping down with a P90. Honest 1v1 here. Time turners are already out. Good glue wall, especially knowing that he's facing off against Woodson. He's going to have to time out his abilities as Games King comes in for the finish.
Which is in trying to go up for the pickup onto Jiu, but that attempt was just way too late. Initially trying to shut down Joker, and obviously Bobs had to take up that responsibility, but it was the counterplay on that spine of this Mammoth that gave Movistar R7 the victory here. Pushing onto MT7, identifying that on the Mammoth, the biggest threat is going to be the sniper of Fluxo. And that was a job executed really well, but you can't be playing on Mammoth round after round after round. And that's going to be a big problem here for Movistar R7.
Information denied. UAV coming in from Fluxo, instantly shot down. Good responses here from R7. Usually they let it fly a little bit longer, but now, especially here by confinement, they're going to make sure that the center side, and especially Bob's angle, is taken care of. Hax, fortunately, just needs to wait patiently. Joker slowly moving up. Woodson could look to help out, but Joker's making sure that his LOS isn't in that position, forcing MT7 to actually take the Santino. He's on the opposite side, and Hax wants to respond. GU and Woodson now kind of left on their own accord. Joker slowly walking up towards Boston's side. Games King engages onto Della. Turn turners from both sides as GU goes invulnerable, and they find one in Woodson. GU takes Della out. Joker takes out Bobs on the opposite side, but GU wins it out for the center, finding 2 for himself, turning this into a deadly 2v1.
Well, make that a 3v1 because the man went out to pick up Butchers in as well. Hacks down on the ground, bleeding out. Joker can't get to him, and the Orion catches up. And Jiu gets the final nail on the coffin here for Fluxo for game number 3, putting them ahead in the series 2-1.
Really good engagement coming in from R7. They did a simultaneous attack to make sure that comms are disrupted on Fluxo's side, but the individual plays, especially coming in from GU, saved that round immensely.
I mean, again, there was a counter draft from the side of Fluxo, and there was just a comfort pick out of the players of Movistar R7 after they took an L. There was a very big difference in terms of how these teams came into the bans and picks, and we need to see something different out of Movistar R7. But the problem here is Fluxo, again, is a team that counter drafts on the fly. You don't need to take an L before you make the right decisions here for the Brazilian squad.
I agree, and I think that R7 really need to take advantage of A124. I think it's the only way to deal with this Orion. The problem is, there's no guarantee that's going to get it, and worse yet, the only time we see the Orion actually show up is when Tatsuya shows up. So now the draft order is a game of the mind.
I mean, this was just a expected result after what Fluxo showed us in game number 2. Now they've taken away 2 games back-to-back, and they may just be on the verge of winning this out, booking a matchup in the grand finals up against AG Global. but it's all up to Movistar R7 to put a stop to this, and the only way is to find a solution for the Orion. And if you can't find a counter pick, you ban him out.
I don't know. Is it worth banning him out? Is it?
Yes!
Is it worth giving away some of these picks?
I mean, bro, first of all, that Orion just refuses to go down. Second of all, even if the Orion is not going down, he's providing so much of distraction, pulling the players of Movistar out of position, just baiting those shots out, just like what we saw Movistar R7 do to the players of Fluxo initially in that game 1, where they were just lining up all of those players for Joker to take shot after shot of the VSK. This Orion now is doing the exact same thing to them, 2 games in a row.
Two potential solutions here. Number one, either, sure, you can ban the Orion. I think picking up the A124 as long as they make sure they can get the Orion out first. And how do they do that? They gotta dangle that Tetsuya one more time.
Dude, you hit the nail on the head. A124, I'm a big fan, but Butcher's in. Butcher in. Everybody out there has the Wolfra rocking it alongside the Ford as well as Joseph. Also walking in here with the Rocky. And this
lose this, you're out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we are savage with the format here for Clash Squad, but that also makes victory so much sweeter, right? You cannot fail, you cannot falter, and those who do manage to get to the very end, they get the respect from every other squad here on our finals. But of course, Global Finals, that's what it's all about. We want to see which of the teams that are best out of their region. We want to see which team is best in the world. Usually we get to call that out in Battle Royale for the first time ever. We get to see exactly who's the best in the world for Clash Squad. And of course, this will set it up for the Grand Finals. AG Global's already waiting. They're smiling. They're watching this game. And they are understanding what those counter picks should be.
And again, for all intents and purposes, we might not have the same ideas as AG Global. We see what they're willing to pull out.
Oh, yeah.
Alok picks are coming out of nowhere sometimes. And now we're eventually going to make our way and welcome to the draft. Keep in mind, Fluxo is going to be first pick this time round. So things might be a little difficult. We're expecting to see the usual bans. Fluxo hasn't really changed their draft pattern just yet. Maybe only for game number 2, but they've stuck to it for the majority of the round.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And by the way, apologies, I got that Rocky pick a little bit mixed up with Sensei Tig. Obviously, I'm a little addicted to Sensei Tig out there. But Cassie, Electrotherapy, again taken out of the equation here by Fluxo. Movistar R7, there you go. This is what we want to see. The Disruptor Orion off of the picks here. Obviously, Zane is going to be that main pick from Fluxo once again, because there's just nothing wrong with that. The Zane pick has come in clutch for Fluxo time and time again, allowing their Russia to just do so much of damage on the front line.
More so, I think for Movistar R7, if they were first pick, they know how to kind of play around it to set up the A1. But right now, the turn order is just not in their favor. They got to immediately get rid of the problem, which is Orion, and then, unfortunately, they have to give Oscar away over to Fluxo. It doesn't matter, though. They still have a key Tetsuya player, but they also get another comfort pick in Clue.
And obviously, they are not keen on taking that Zane away from the side of Fluxo at all. Having Clue on their side gives them a lot of information, especially in the early parts of the game, to determine exactly what that rotation needs to be. And we've seen it giving them a little bit of advantage. And since that Zane was not ripped away, gladly Fluxo will bring her to their side. But having this Oscar in the hands of Bobs, we already saw what kind of savage damage that can bring in. Having Bobs kind of hang Babs as the bomber of the squad with the ability to crush the defenses of Movistar R7 as well. This has to be something that they look out for this time round.
I'm thinking whether Fluxo, if they want to kind of, break the mold a little bit, make sure that Movistar R7 feels awkward, they go back to what works, right? They go back to the Sentinels. Thinking whether they want to steal away the Chrono, but they don't mind it because they've seen how Movistar R7 react when they don't have an angle covered or when they're threatened from a position that they weren't expecting from.
Games King has an opportunity to play that counter. Talked about this, Gideon. You had the nail, hit right on the head. And Movistar R7 says, Gideon, you know what, brother? A124, it's going to be. Chrono, obviously, it's going to be a staple pick out of Movistar R7. I'm liking this draft.
Yeah, well, I'm not liking it as much as I would have hoped because it's like the whole point was to make sure that Orion doesn't get, you allow Orion and you save yourself a ban, but instead now you have the A124 to say no repositions for you, Santino.
And also no extra defense for you, Zane, and potentially making sure Bobs does not take down their precious blue walls that they erect.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? With the A124, generally speaking, I don't like it when it's only just for one person. Maybe if it's like a public lobby and nobody's on comms, then it's a different story, but especially when everybody's so well interconnected, they can trade aggro very easily. And now Iris gets locked in as the final pick coming in from Fluxo. I feel like right now, the A124 is only going to get minimal value. Fluxo, they need to make sure that they can identify how they want to stay together, and more importantly, just enough distance so that not everybody gets hit by it.
Absolutely, man. So we've got a Clue, A124 Tatsuya Chrono on the side of Movistar R7, Iris Santino, Zane, Oscar on the side of Fluxo. Let's see if or not the Santino dances around Movistar R7 once again, just like what that Orion did earlier on, to pull the perfect distraction that the Brazilian dominators need. Or will LATAM keep themselves alive with this counter draft after taking Orion off the plate and dragging A124 to their side just to make sure those active skills no longer play a big role in their battle. If that gets taken out, it's going to be a pure mechanical competition between the two, and obviously Movistar will still have their active skills on the other side, so that's going to be a big factor as well.
I think Movistar's R7, despite the stat disadvantage when Sane comes into the mix from Fluxo, they don't mind it. We've seen them actually clutch out games with worse weaponry despite those numbers. Right now, it's a war of information. Whoever pulls that trigger first is going to be the loser here. It's when do they use the clue. Most teams, they use clue right at the beginning of the round, but with Santino available, that's when it's a game of chicken, right? If Santino gets caught out of position when the clue pops, he has to quickly go back. If not, that sells the idea of, oh, I'm waiting in the back line, and then suddenly he's in your flank.
Well, we are gearing up for what could be and what Fluxo wants it to be the final game in the series. A 3-1 scoreline would not be the perfect one that Fluxo was looking for, but it will also show exactly how good they are when it comes to adjusting their gameplay out there as according to what their opponents are bringing to the table. So far, it's been a perfect counter in the past 2 games. Now for the first time, again, that Orion off the table, but it doesn't seem like that's the only problem that Movistar R7 is going to have to deal with out there. It's again the fist bumps. The coaches are going to go on to the back as we get ready for purgatory time, baby. Does Movistar R7 pushes into a game number 5? Or do they get kicked out and make way for a battle between Fluxo and AG at the Grand Finals? We find out right here, right now.
And now, opening it all up is the pistol round. Ordinances have been purchased by Hacks, though. Interesting. He's the only one who actually has it. And now they need to control the inner side of this factory or play on the outer. Oh, Cycle as well as the Super Bonfire as well. So even if they get a little disrespectful and try spamming the smokes, it's not going to do too much. The A1 already comes out. They know where Bobs is.
Oh,
quickly changes just in time. Manages to get out. He thought he was silenced. It wasn't the case. Butson now taking out Della alongside him, turning this into a 3v2 scenario. Time Turner's already out as Games King trying to find as many eliminations as possible, but FFWS guns him in the back.
Unfortunately, Hacks nowhere close to the rest of his team members. And that was a fine reposition off of that Santino for Bobs. Almost got caught with his pants down.
I really thought he was silenced there initially, but it looks like it hit the underside of it. Manages to reposition just in time. Waits out that short period. Gets out of there. Scary, scary stuff. Down to the wire here.
Yeah.
That could have been the make it or break it here for R7. But now, do we see the forced buy? And it looks like only Joker. Della going for the Akimbo revolvers on his side. Still ordnance purchased by Hacks once again.
Let's see what Movistar R7 is capable of here. Fluxo, great position. Managed to play the Super Bonfire perfectly. Now this extra boost in terms of firepower, in terms of battle capability, is exactly what Fluxo needs to play that aggressive approach up against Movistar R7.
Wait.
Bobsy.
He's trying to bait a reaction here. He wants to get as many people to look at him as possible, right? He's
Yeah.
got the motion, and Della does not fall for it. Good stuff. Denying him all the information necessary as they will make sure that this airdrop is untouched. Now, MT7 is going to take some damage. Joker finding a good position, allowing Haxon as well as Della to move up towards the compound again. Butson, he's got to cover the exits here. He's got to cover the entry points. He knows Games King is nearby as Hax is hopping over the wall. Just their tips of their heads are poking out, but they have control of the inner circle.
Yeah, it's a great discipline play from the side of Fluxo this time round. Wanting to make sure they don't drop the ball up against Movistar after winning that initial round here. That comeback factor is going to be crucial. Santino comes back online. Bobs does not think twice to use it. Potentially looking for the distraction once again as he finds the flank, quickly repositions. And the Hacks.
Oh, no, Games King, no! Unfortunately, with the Micro Uzi, it's going to be GU who kind of finds the right angle. And now they can take all the aggression straight to R7, deny them the spot. It's just fish in a barrel. Unfortunately, walks into 3 members peeking. And Butson is like, I'm sorry, what do you want me to do? I popped it for you as well. You can't get out of there.
Oh, R7 just waited a little bit too long. Butcher's in taking advantage. MC7 shows up as well. Headshot off of the G36, and just like that, they turned the situation around. Movistar almost stole that round away.
They did. Gio, he messed up big time. He's
Big time.
He really thought, hey, I can tank through all the damage. 3 members peeking him. Say that again. Tell me it to my face one more time. But at least Woodson, he plays it really, really well, right? Comes back in, goes for the second peek, was able to tank enough shots to actually help with the chunk. Good comms coming in for Gio, how much damage he's actually pumping out.
This is a little problematic now for Movistar R7. After a fantastic start to the series, a little unfortunate with how they've managed to drop the momentum, but the respect, of course, to the side of Fluxo as well. They played that counter, double nade, Games King. No time, Turner. And he will be forced to back away.
Oh, at least Della, he takes out the mannequin. MT7 now trying to control the high ground against Joker, and he wins it. Out pops the Iris in time. Joker completely forgot about the Iris active. And now Della, as well as Games King, need to make sure that they can cover hacks at this stage of the game. They've already taken out MT7, so there's one less person to worry about, turning this into a 3v3. Bop still lingering around the map here, waiting for his mannequin to come back up.
Level 3 MP5 in the hands of Butchizin. The firepower just waiting to unleash it onto the players of Movistar R7 who are way too far away from them. I love the flanking position held here by Fluxo, but there's too spread out. Butchizin keeping an eye on Della, making sure he doesn't get involved in this fight, but Giu in a risky 1v2 that he does not know he's about to get involved in.
Oh! And now he isolates the fight, quickly hops out to bait. If somebody jumps out, he might have some support, and they find it. Beautifully played by Giu! Wow. Cuts them in half, breaks their ankles, and gets his teammates in on the action.
A quick in and out, bait and switch, and still manages to get the double knock with the assistance. Talk about some big brain play out of Fluxo. Talk about some big brain play out of Giu, the man himself. The Della caught all alone, unable to do much. Gets tagged up by the zone. And the zone gets the final save in that engagement. But Giu, the superstar of that round.
Wow, I really thought that they knew for a fact that Giu was there. They were spinning around, but they just didn't see that he was already on towards that deep left side inside the compound.
Yeah.
And they honestly, I'm pretty sure they heard him jumping from the staircase to begin with. I guess they couldn't predetermine whether it was on the ground floor or whether he already made it to the second floor. And by the time they checked, it was too late. Now we come into round number 4 with a cyber airdrop already secured for Fluxo in case this drags on any longer than it should. But R7, they need to take center control at this point.
This has been perfect so far. UAV sent out. Information given away. Movistar R7, they understand exactly the positions that Team Fluxo holds on to. Nade response. Time Turner pulled out perfectly from Movistar R7. Hacks and Della takes no damage.
So far, they get it! They get it! Delayed frag by Della, cooking it well. Chef in the kitchen, Butson takes out Della. Over eager, you get punished. And now Butson, he needs to kind of buy a little bit of time so he can get Giu back up. And unfortunately for MT7, he's kind of tied up by Joker at this point of time. Suppressive fire is only going to do so much, but now they have to chase on Hacks, and they work together to do exactly that. They turn the corner too late, and MT7 finds the headshot onto Joker.
Butchizin just doing so much for the squad. First of all, protecting Giu, getting the pickup, getting the double knock coming through as well. And now going for the flank. Butchizin, can he get the triple? Bob and MT7, they get the drops. And this is just a walk-over victory. 4 rounds in a row. Fluxo showing them the reason why they were the dual champions, the reason why they dominated Brazil in Clash Squad.
The disrespect, MT7. Yes, you got the drop on me first. I finish it, and I even get the emote on your body afterwards. They're trying to make a statement here. They do not want to give R7 a single round, and now they've upgraded Winchesters in hand, sights in hand, rifles alongside it, just to make sure that these long angles here are going to be completely unwinnable for the side of R7. Level 3 Winchester for Della, at least.
Big fight down mid for the cyber airdrop this time round. Obviously, both squads want this desperately. Smoke Vortex laid out already. Super Bonfire in the house as well by Movistar R7. Butchizin trying to slice and dice, but Della will walk away from that one as Hacks gets dropped.
Good timing. almost there.
Oh,
Dilla, he's taking so much damage, unfortunately. Buying a lot of time at the very least. Can he find a compound? No! MT7 takes out Games King as well, and securing the elim on Hacks, puts in there to just clean up the rest of that mess. Oh my goodness. This is not panning out the way that I thought it would for R7.
5-0. You can't say this was unexpected after what Fluxo has shown us in the last 2 games. Match point for a clean sweep in what is looking like the final game between Team Fluxo and Movistar R7. LATAM, they started off hot, but they fizzled out fairly quick. That Orion came in clutch for Fluxo, but even with that Orion banned out, they still haven't found the solution for the mechanical capability of their squad.
And now they're holding on to defaults. They've given up the center of the entire compound. They're nading to get information. Puts in repositions, trying to make sure that these exits are going to be clear, but he cannot swing out too wide. Joker is going to try and lock things down. UAV going to get thrown out first. They've got the positional information, and Hax is thinking about jumping out of here, but not without the help of the rest of his teammates. He's first going to lock it off with the glue walls. Now resources are running thin. Joker out of glue walls, only 2 med kits. On the opposite end, the rest of his team 2, 3, and 2 in terms of glue walls compared to 2, 3, and 3, at least. With inclusive of GU, that's another 4 extra glue walls to work with. And they know it, right? Yeah. With R7 holding on the inside, it's just a matter of time. They've got Oscar on their hand. If they want in, they want in. And Butson, unfortunately, reacts a little too slow as R7 jumps out. And Joker, he now gets taken out by MT7. They know his position. They take him out in quick trade as Hax holds the exit. They give away the inside so they can go out. And now they're trying to close out this round and make sure that it's not a complete domination for Fluxo.
A perfect round here for Movistar R7, and it was all about isolation, and it was all about ganging up together, keeping the formation tight on the side of Movistar R7, taking advantage of a team Fluxo who went rushing in a little bit overconfident, but still a miracle is needed here, Gideon, for a comeback. They need 5 rounds in a row.
Dangerous, and they needed cyber airdrops in any of those rounds if they wanted to try and start sacrificing for the later. And now it's about those long shots here. Bobsy's already set that American out very far away. Odd position there. Let's see how he's going to take advantage of it. He wants to meet up with Joker on the opposite side here. As he looks for information, the center currently getting contested. His Game Kings comes in with a side. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Time turners, layered by layer. That's both sides using the time turners. Puts in, and as well as GU, trying to block off, making sure it's difficult. Puts in, sneaking in shots between the fences as Hax turns the corner, takes out GU. Joker now covering the angles. MT7 has to deal with the suppressive fire. Della and Games King are down. Butson has held strong, and now they just need Bops to get involved. And as he finds it on towards King, MT7 just securing what he can.
Vucic is just holding his ground strong with the Drogon. It's a 2v1. Bobs and MT7 can still be picked up here by Joker. Trying to pull off a miracle for the squad, denied by Vucic, who pulls off a triple for the final round. And Fluxo gets the 3-1 victory, eliminating Movistar R7 from Clash Squad and booking their ticket to the Grand Finals to meet FFWS Global.
Oh man, after that one round from R7, Fluxo decided we gotta lock in. If there's someone we're gonna lose to, it ain't gonna be R7. We gotta see AG in the finals first.
Unbelievable showdown between Fluxo and Movistar R7. Obviously, LATAM stealing the spotlight in game number 1, but Fluxo proving why they are the world champs from the final 3 games. We couldn't go the distance into a game number 5. Fluxo just would not have that. And a crazy play from Mr. Butcherson towards the very end, just to play a little bit of recovery to redeem himself for that first game.
I mean, we always knew that Fluxo was just a better team at actually going for the recovery. Yeah. I think that's just one aspect of the game that hasn't been mastered by R7 just yet. They've got the aggression. They know how to snowball. But Fluxo, all rounded, know what they are doing. If we are going to fall, we fall behind cover. And if we fall together.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. I mean, Fluxo just wasn't going to lose this one out. They were not going to lose an opportunity to head on into Clash Squad's Grand Finals. Can you imagine it? They're definitely the favorites to win out Battle Royale. As far as the Brazilians are concerned, they're definitely the favorites. If they become duo mode champions here on the Global Finals, it would be absolutely ridiculous. AG Global has an opportunity to do that as well. How close they are to winning out BR, well, they definitely proved themselves on the knockout stage. I think this is going to be a wonderful opportunity for both squads.
I think that if Fluxo keeps on this winning streak, it's going to make it impossible to catch up Legacy. And it makes me wonder, given enough years, it's going to be really difficult to be part of the next generation of the Fluxo roster. How do you top this?
Impossible. I think if they get this victory, it'll boost them in the confidence. But of course, we got to throw this back to the host. Let's see exactly what they've got for us on the interview.
All right. Thank you so much, Caster and Survivors. We're back on the main stage. There you have it, our second semi-final. Congratulations once again goes to Fluxo. We are here with MT7, Butches, and of course, Carol, our translator of the day. Okay, so first question is, congratulations, but how important is it for you and of course for Fluxo to secure the first ever Clash Squad World Champions title? It's okay. So how important it is for Fluxo to secure the first ever Clash Squad Champions title?
Quão importante é para o Fluxo garantir a primeira vitória aqui no modo CS?
É muito importante para dar mais confiança, né? E também a gente não pode voltar para casa, né? Nós tem que ganhar logo. Agora nós vamos enfrentar na finalzinha aí a AG. Espero que seja um bom jogo. Os caras são muito bons. Tenho o máximo respeito também.
It's important for us because help us to build confidence here. And of course, we are very excited to compete against AG right now. So yeah, we want to win this. This is the first Clash Squad of history in a global final. So yeah.
Looking forward to see that match, right, Yunsul?
Yes, I am. All right, so in our upcoming grand finals, I think that we all know who is the opponent of Fluxo right now is. So who do you think is the most dangerous player on AG? Because since in our previous interview with AG, Dio said that he wants to meet Fluxo. So how do you think about that, Wuchizin?
Quem você acha que dos jogadores do time da AG pode ser o mais perigoso pro time do Fluxo? Até porque o Dio, na primeira entrevista dele aqui, falou que seria um pouco complicado enfrentar o MT7, que é o melhor suporte do mundo. Então, desses jogadores da AG, quem você acha que pode ser o mais perigoso pro time do Fluxo?
Acho que o Dio também. Todos os times, quando tem um suporte, um sniper muito bom, dificulta muito pros rush do outro time. Então, acho que o Dio vai ser legal trocar tiro com ele.
Definitely would be Dio, because he's also one of the best sniper of the world. So yeah, we should definitely keep an eye on him because he's gonna be one hard to face.
Ooh, the sniper showdown. Okay, last question. If you do win the CS championship, do you think that momentum will carry over into tomorrow's BR Grand Finals? Because honestly, that's the one that we've all been waiting for. Yeah, it's okay. If you do win the CS Championship, do you think that momentum will carry into tomorrow's BR Grand Finals? Because that's exactly what we all been waiting for.
Se vocês vencerem o Contra Squad amanhã, você acha que hoje e amanhã também vencerem o Battle Royale vai ser um momento histórico para a carreira de vocês?
Acho que vai, né? Principalmente pro meu time, para alguns deles que já vão ter 3 Mundial se ganhar amanhã. Vamos dar a vida para isso acontecer. E vai ser muito bom. Também ganhar hoje vai ser muito bom também pra gente, para já vir amanhã confiante pro dia de amanhã. Então a gente vai dar nosso melhor.
Definitely win today is gonna help us to build our confidence again, but also will bring us a lot of glory here. So will make us the first one to win the Clash Squad in the world in a grand finals. And also, if we win the Battle Royale, will make us the best of the world like 3 times.
That would be so amazing. Okay, I think that's it from our interview today. Congratulations once again and good luck on the grand final. We'll see you guys in a bit. But now, let's go back to our casters, shall we? Take it away, casters.
Let's take a look at the MVP, Mr. MT7, rocking it with the 7 eliminations, 14 assists, as well as the Rocky as he stayed chill, reducing the cool time of this Iris, and obviously it came in clutch for him indeed, as we saw a fair share of aggression from the side of Movistar R7 reduced through his snipes.
Yep, I mean, considering how dominant they were in the overall rounds, chaining them together, he's coming up with 4,000 worth of damage with only 7 eliminations, which is like, all right, sure, he's done so much more already, but let's look in comparison to the rest of his squad, right? Let's see how much he was able to pump out. And yeah, he's literally sucking the damage from the rest of his team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, 7 eliminations in total, 14 assists, but Bob's, he did not hold back as well, right? Getting involved in many of these engagements as well. Bujizin dropping a 12 bomber for the squad here on the 2 assists. Overall, very clearly, this was a team game for the side of Fluxo. Movistar R7, unfortunately, just could not keep up with what could be the best squad in the world right now for Clash Squad. If that is to be made an official statement, we'll still have to see how they fare on the grand finals in a little bit up against AG Global. But the scoreline of 6-3 with the initial defeat and the adjustments coming back in here for Solara, a 6-3 victory for Fluxo, Kalahari and Purgatory both ending on a 6-1 perfect domination out of the Brazilians.
Oh man, I think the Brazilian fans were a little worried after what happened in the first couple of maps, but then they rebuilt their confidence after seeing those last two games to close it out. As you can see, the big aspect that we're seeing that from Fluxo is actually pretty good at, and honestly I'm surprised that they didn't pull this out earlier, is the push and pull, right? You are pushing into you're pushing into certain angles on the map, you're pulling away and giving up space on important sides, and that's when you see MT7 working together with Butsin, giving up his space when Joker has been so out to get him with the suppressing fire. MT7 says, you know what, I don't want to interact on this, I'm gonna go damage the rest of your teammates, and then I'll come back to you once my back is clear.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, it is absolutely crucial as well, right? He walks in here with the Otho, he's got that memory mist on him, he gets that knock, and especially up against a team like Movistar R7, who likes to play a very tight grouping when they move on into some of these battles, it instantly slows them down, marks them up, allowing the rest of the Fluxo team members to hop on in there and get the job done. But this is the brackets for our Clash Squad. And on to our grand finals now we go. AG Global versus Fluxo. A
Oh, definitely. I mean, huge words that has some weight in it. He has proved that he is one of the best snipers in Southeast Asia. Now it's a battle of regions. It's a battle of which side of the globe would have the best sniper in Clash Squad.
It is great recognized great, as they say.
Yep.
We have been hungering for a trophy for quite a while. I think the last time we experienced a drought was never, because I mean the very first one started from Brazil before it got brought back by Evo's Capital in 2019, and ever since it has stayed with us until Fluxo, well, Magic Squad changed that and it became Fluxo. But even then, regardless of what trophy, what category you're looking at, being the first is always the most memorable. These two teams are on the precipice of being the first Clash Squad Global Finals winner.
Well, let's see though, because we do have some predictions for you. I choose Fluxo because of how dynamic their gameplay are, and you are going for AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, you know, it would be quite a disservice to AG Global if we both went Fluxo, but on top of that is also, I think AG Global has shown consistency, right? Consistency, innovation, and the cherry on top is I just want you to finally win a trophy. He's the only person in the circuit right now that has won a World Series Finals MVP without the actual championship. It's about time, right? It is high time that he gets recognized. If he already isn't, I feel like Duel fans have been frothing at the mouth to watch him lift a trophy.
Yeah, and this is the moment. This is the moment where Dew would put them, or bring them proud in this fight, in this championship. But looking at the map that we have right now, well, we're starting it off in Kalahari, and that's where we need both of the teams, or both of the players that we just featured.
Yeah, and the best part is that Kalahari and Purgatory were the two maps that AG Global didn't have to play on early on, because they 3-0 heavy. Fluxo will get the first pick for this map 1 on Kalahari, and that makes it even more exciting because it's a sniper's dreamland.
Well, I'm really looking forward to what they're going to bring in, because earlier when they played at Orion, it was just game changer. I mean, it disrupted the play, especially in the close range, and that's one thing that AG needs to be cautious about. So let's see though on how they're going to start it off on the bans, and I won't be surprised if if Fluxo, if they don't have that opportunity to take out Orion, it will be taken out by AG.
And they also showed us the possibilities, the limits that you can push Orion to, right? It was a question that we sort of discussed a little bit when Heavy played at Orion. We saw the weaknesses, but we also kind of know the strength that Orion has with the proper resources from the teammates. And Fluxo was able to show us that in that final map against R7. Of course, the classic Coda Clue ban, so no intel gatherer. You're all going in blind, you know, gotta rely on Moko, gotta rely on the tactical market to get you some tools. Then Zane's gonna be the first pick for Fluxo, Santino for Duel. This one pretty straightforward.
Yeah, straightforward. It really adapts to his game style and his reposition. But the reposition is still in a distance. Comparing it with that Zane, and then with the addition of a Cassie, we are seeing how Fluxo is going to play this. Aggressive, but we know and we've seen how well they time those aggressives.
What we saw from AG early on against Heavy was also the classic Saifa Barros duo, right? The sniper hunters. Now, I'm thinking if they would do the same against Fluxo. Will they test the waters first, or will they just kind of pull out that playbook, see if they can catch MT7 off guard like what they did with Wui? And if they do, I'm pretty sure they'll stick with it. The Orion comes up from Fluxo again.
Yeah, I don't think they will be able to pull off that sniper hunter anymore. Because if you have that Orion, it will disrupt them even before they get far. So, like, you don't want to be head on that, because of the Crimson Crush will definitely crush you. And if MT7 has an opening, pulling that player of AG away from the battlefield out in the open in the snipes of MT7, and that's it for the first blood.
But that's why we can see the application of this chrono also, right? You put that time turner down, that dome is going to protect you from the snipes of MT7. And so far, I mean, even with this final pick, the only person that can really disrupt you in that chrono dome is probably the Orion, but it's very inconsequential. So there is a safe space for AG to sort of recollect and function and kind of stall out the game if needed. Decent defensive tool, I think, for both sides with slightly different properties. A more selfish approach from GU with the Orion, but Fluxo, they do make it up with their coordination.
Well, let's see though, if that's something that they can pull off, because Zane on, like Budzin on Zane used 6 times all throughout, or make that 7 times all throughout, and the win rate was around 77%. So like he would be deadly, he would be up close and personal, plus the backup of GU on the Orion. There's no telling how AG can play this off.
And we also have to now take note of what Bobs is capable of, right? Like his favorite weapon, every time you spotlight this guy, he loves that. He loves nays.
Yeah.
He's a pyrotechnician. He loves explosives, and he has so many great moments, you know, with the Practice 50 in Battle Royale.
Yeah.
Just generally AoE influence. You can look at Bobs do it, and he's supposedly the supporter, but I digress. I feel like he has that Russian DNA.
Yeah, we've seen that so many times. All-rounder players as a support, and that's what makes them even deadlier. But for the side of AG, I know there's a certain plan with that Ignis as well as Chrono combination, but it still depends on how are they going to treat Zoom this time. Are they still going to leave Zoom behind and deal with the dynamic duo, or is there a different plan in there? Because there's a potential that a 1-3 split might work just to counter what Fluxo has in front line.
So far, Heavy hasn't been able to provide any remedy to that 1-1-2 split, right? Barrel Cypher on one end, Team SR takes the pressure away, and then do just sort of just freestyles on everyone. If Fluxo can kind of come up with a way, a solution to deal with that, then we've got a game on our hands. Then we will see how AG is going to thrive under the pressure of needing to adapt to what Fluxo has brought in, because that innovation from AG has been that selling point.
Well, we'll see though, is Verdome. We are going to be sold at this point on what they are going to bring in. I guess everything is ready, everything is prepared. Sweats are building, as well as the heat in the arena. So let's see if this game is going to the east or going to the west. It is AG Global going against Fluxo and Kalahari.
Map 1 will commence right now, and both teams ready to kick up some dust. It all comes to the pistol. Sadly for AG Global, 0% win rate on pistol so far. They've lost all 3 to Heavy despite winning the eventual series. Let's see if this is going to be their turn of fate.
Well, I'm seeing for the side of AG, they're prioritizing more on the long range M500 from the hands of, if not 2 or 3 players. But it's only Team SR who managed to break through to the front lines. And let's see if this smoke would help him survive. I'm not seeing anything. He managed to steal it, that sight away and backed away as well.
Wow, Team SR actually got the job done too. And Cypher, you can always rely on him. And that's 2 bodies down for Fluxo. MT7 gravely wounded. Team SR gonna swing away on the GU, somehow turn it around with the 1887. Define Team SR, but still the numbers in favor of AG Global. GU needs a bit more, and he gets Cypher down as well. That's a twofer for GU. Looking for number 3, GU! About to make miracle possible. The site does not connect, and GU have equalized the playing field.
There's on the overside, but unfortunately MT7 sees him through the smokes. It's only 1 remains. No pickup can be done. Otherwise, 2 might be going down. It just is a matter of time right now. GU jumps in. There's still MT7 that would back him up, but no! GU with a shorty, they down 2, but he's not out just yet. Barrows was managed to be picked up, and it's back to a 1v2. This time, it's on the AG side.
And Nate cooked up. GU has to relocate. Duke gets wrong. GU again goes back into the invulnerability. GU with the ace to open up the grand finals.
Orion's Crimson Crush, crushing the hearts of AG Global in that heated round number 1. And this is the best pistol round that we've seen so far.
Unbelievable individual performance from GU. And that's world champion quality, world-class performance. We did come into this saying, let's see how they'll thrive under pressure.
Yeah.
Well, GU, molded by the pressure, and the tension breaks with that 4-piece.
Oh, definitely. M1873. Well, it can be used later on. There's still potential that they'll be able to pull it off. But with more money comes more firepower. It seems like we are still going to see that from the side of Fluxo. About Team SR will not be surprised anymore that he will be cut off in taking that side, and Buddhistin managed to damage him.
Saifa gets challenged by MT7 and wins that one, but Bobs with the backup pretty quickly. Dew wants to relocate, but has to basically phase out of that and switch spots. Butcherson taking a bit of heat from Team SR, and Barros, the dynamic duo from AG, losing out as he gets cut down. Barros now left to fend for himself, and Dew needs to be able to participate, but through the gap, Barros with the mini Uzi will find Butcherson. And GU, he is the Orion, and so far he's the one that's been leading the charge to the win, and GU again with the conversion.
Not so good in his timing for Dew backing away. That could have been the one chance for him to take down GU and saving his team. But right now, it's still early, but it seems like the heat is on as Fluxo is just beating AG Global one at a time.
So you were saying that Orion kind of selfish, and then there's GU.
Oh yeah.
Perfect. Perfect for him.
I mean, GU is using it to the best advantage to back up his teammate. So he can go in there in the front lines, defend, like be tanking all those shots, and like he is not being damaged as well. So great use of an Orion at this point. But AG Global, well, great reposition from Ju just in case he will be using that shape splitter to give some backup for Barros, and Saifa has already crossed through the borderline.
Very self-sufficient so far from GU. Time turner comes in, Team SR trying to duck around the corners. What? That time turner actually keeps him safe. Dew was able to get MT7 with the Winchester. That should be the tension breaking in the half, but sadly, Fluxo able to trade back, so 1-4-1.
Yeah, unfortunately, they ring around the rosy to pull out Fluxo from the smoke vortex. Did work for some time, but unfortunately, Dew will not be able to confirm. But let's see, it is GU down, MT7 out, Buddhistin and Bobs will be going against 3 players, and the dynamic duo is still on.
With GU out of the picture, the main powerhouse eliminated. We'll see if Fluxo, the rest of Fluxo, can they take over that burden? I mean, Butcherson and Bobs, we see that Zane Cassidy, something that you talked about, right? A lot of firepower and a lot of resilience packed into their utility. But they are outnumbered. So Bobs and Butcherson double up to try and find isolated fight.
Oh, Saifa being rushed in, but unfortunately, he can't. Bobs, and there goes Barros on the flank to take down Fluxo on that final hit. Now, 1 point going into AG right now. Huge potential for them for a comeback and an equalizer, but that would depend on what will be brought in the weapons department, as well as which part of the map are we going to be brought in.
I mean, it's a pretty clean round 3. GU was caught sleeping at the wheel, sadly, and caught from behind. The smoke vortex doesn't really cut off the line of sight that AG has on that high ground. We got a game on our hands, for sure. See that in Hans Hammer, Dew, the level 3 Winchester, was the one who opened up round number 3 with that initial knock. And despite it being a 1-for-1 trade, AG able to catch out GU was sort of what turned that round in their favor.
Let's see, though, if that's something that they can turn around. A bit too aggressive for Bobs right now. Crossing and making sure that 2 will be taken down. Shots after the shape splitter, but he'll be able to make that change. But if in case that replica, that clone will be taken down, so Dew will need to flank together with the rest of the teams. But there's a little bit of confrontation in the middle as well, and GU and Buddhistin has been caught, but in that corner, they are still down. But MT7 also being taken out.
Yeah, there's no way that Fluxo can get to their snipers, so they gotta play with it 3v4, well, 2v4. Team SR just found Bob. And Dew, with a conversion of the GU, AG right back at it.
I mean, I think the plan, especially on that part of the map, is to divide and conquer. Dew, great oversight. He can see everyone after he repositioned earlier, being chased by Bobs, and that's one thing that you need to consider for AG Global. Given elevation, as well as chance to break through your defenses, then Fluxo will be falling down.
It takes a while to warm up the gears because AG, they did have a slightly longer break than Fluxo. Still, doesn't take away what they have accomplished in the first 2 rounds. We, again, as much as we say that, GU mechanically gifted and that Orion is just the icing on the cake. There are still limitations in what he can do individually. Neji is looking to pull that apart, right? We no longer see the dynamic duo team up together, but they're splitting up, like you said, Neptune, divide and conquer.
Yeah, divide and conquer, but Fluxo understood that from the first few rounds, and now they are just sticking together apart from Bobs, who might be caught off guard by Baros, and as well as Do has he used that shape splitter to go for a double team, but unfortunately MT7 caught him, backstab, Budistin on the chase, Cypher managed to get away, and Bobs will be taken down after probably distracted of MT7 eliminated.
Yes, it's definitely a smokes and mirrors from AG Global. We literally just say that they're not pulling off the team up that we saw against Heavy, but we completely lost track of where Cypher was. Snuck into the backline, takes out MT7, and then you just see the coordinator collapse onto Fluxo, right? They just pounce, and when Fluxo tried to respond to point A, Baros pops out because he never left the tent, the encampment. And really just the timing that AG brought in that round 5 caught Fluxo off guard.
Yeah, let's see if that's something that they can pull off once again, because there's not so much of hiding space right now. It's more of elevation, and that spine would be crucial. AG already blocking out the way, and then, well, even without an Ignis, they can use that with a glue wall, but it's a little bit expensive of usage for the glue wall. And Do being tagged up, but it's a good thing that they managed to hide up, but GU missed a little bit, a few seconds with that shot, or a few meters with that shot, but I think Bobs will be able to land it.
And how some teams deal with this situation, if they are trying to go up against where AG Global are at position, you utility dump, right? You put the pressure on them. With Fluxo, they don't have that luxury yet. Bob's gonna throw that frag grenade, and that one doesn't connect, then Fluxo will be forced to take a downtime. Seems like the duo wall that Do has put up is good enough. Meanwhile, Team SR taking a fight on the low ground. There's that bonfire there. Puts down the dome. Blue wall from Team SR. 1v2. Budistin wins with the Trogon.
Max 7 versus a Trogon. The 3-shot wins. And MT7 opportunity almost to with a sliver of health, but here comes back up, and Cypher will be taken down. The magic of the best sniper in Brazil is still on, but the only question is, will he be able to make it as the Blues closing in and there's no backup in play?
Oh, they don't know where he is. Oh, MT7 would have loved to get that knock, but he does drop back down to the embrace of his teammates. Baros gets given time to heal up. Du also repositions, but Budistin stops him in his tracks. And Fluxo are on track for the equalizer unless a miracle happens by the hands of Baros.
Well, Winchester doesn't always equalize to a win at this point, especially if MT7 will be given an AWM. But Du still up. Team Booster is really a help at this point. Still, you will need to move out of the way as well as into that next phase of the circle. Now, Budistin shot and will be taken down by Du. And here you have it. AG equalizing the numbers.
And that's what we talked about at the start of the day. You need to tie up loose ends because the team booster has given us some of these moments where you watch that round win slip away, and Fluxo are now down to a 2v2. Whatever lead that they've gotten for themselves has completely been eliminated. See that clone drop down. GU obviously is not going to take it. Now he's going to drop in front of GU. Baros takes the fight by GU with the outplay, and GU saves them again.
A clutch in a 1v2 on a 2v2. That is what GU has to offer at this point, and great use of Winchester as well as the timing. Because at some point with Orion, even with the animation as you go down, you might have been taken down because of the delay of how you react with that 180. But he knows how to trigger it in the perfect timing as well as switch it over to the other players.
It's the timing that he phases in and out of reality that has been a big catalyst in Fluxo winning these 1v1s. Well, I say Fluxo, but it's just GU.
Well, let's see though. GU is deadly and is already in the face of Team SR once again. Though I'm seeing some potential on what Team SR is doing, but he's putting himself in harm's way most of the time. And at some point, it will be difficult if he fails and no backup will be coming up. But good thing that he managed to damage GU at point, pulls out that time turner, and try to go for a tug of war on that airdrop. But let's see who's going to win this Glue Wall and Smoke Vortex battle. On the other side, though, we are seeing a 1v1 where Sypha might be in a problem.
Blue was gonna buy Sypha some time. They come onto the window and Sypha again. It's all about buying space and time and just absorbing the pressure. He busts through his own defenses, but it's a 1v2 Sypha. How much longer can you run? And I think he's done enough. 1-for-1 trade so far. Bosses go down. Barros comes in with a double up, but butchers in. Recovers that fight. And Team SR left to deal with GU. Sadly, he also loses as GU blasts in with a Trogon. And Fluxo en route for the 4th round.
Little no chance for a pickup, but that can be used as bait for him and GU right now against GU. And let's see who's going to win. Up close and personal VSK. Will he be able to make that shot? Quick recovery, but wouldn't he be able to go for the follow-up? And GU, as he heals up, MT7 will distract him.
If that was a headshot, it would have been a different story. But now they know where he is. A couple of blind shots through the smoke vortex. Enough for Fluxo to work out his location. GU is just going to go in for the rush. The Trogon, incredible in close quarter combat. GU goes for those pop shots over the wall, but needs to be in. Landed! GU almost does it. A leg shot comes through. Second one misses. It's him and MT7. Can he do it, GU? We're dealing with weapon swap. Can't see MT7! And right in the dome, MT7 brings Fluxo to 4.
There you have it. Absolute cinema. Sniper versus sniper, and we are seeing how well each other can play it on a close quarter combat.
Almost saved the round. This leg shot, I thought it was everything. MT7 even switched to his secondary, but decides, this is what we talked about, right?
Yep.
No scope it. MT7 gave it a good old pop shot, no smoke.
Yeah.
That one's going in the box for sure.
Yeah, imagine like the delay that you have before you scope, and that would be your downfall, especially on how close it is. It's only a wall. You stand up and you can be hit. And well, let's see if there will be a round 2 for that bout, but it seems like Sypha will not be joining that battle.
Just eliminated right off the bat. And as Butcherson and Bobs have guessed the spring to action, Liberty to do what they want in a 4v3. Dio is also under immense pressure, so this rush can go on forever. Choke them out as Dio goes down. GU again, you stop him for a while, he comes back swinging twice as hard. As Team SR goes down, that's a 3-piece, and Fluxo up to 5.
Yeah, it seems like the divide and conquer that is being used by AG is being turned around against them, and they're the ones who's falling down in Council Hall. So let's see how much Council they will be needing after this, because it seems like the pressure is building for AG side, despite of the rest that they have. But they also had an opportunity to see up front how well Fluxo went against Movistar 7, so that might have rattled them a little bit.
It is a monstrous performance from Fluxo as a team, but as an individual, without question, is GU. 12 and 12 right now on that KD. Not to mention, Fluxo has already had 2 clutch moments in this map 1. That is a big morale boost. GU might come under pressure though. 3-man stack, 3v2 on the other side of the shipwreck, and gonna make contact right now. AG needs to win. They've isolated GU, but GU is the Orion. It's not the easiest to take down.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason as well why you're targeting Orion or GU, but it still is slippery as ever. There you have it. 2 down already for side of Fluxo. So disruption as well as distraction being brought in by Jewel, though he didn't survive, is very fruitful. It's a 2v3 situation, but they still have MT7 to play against, and Bob's getting too close, who might be able to make this hit.
One goes for the pre-fire. Then the spot Sypha. If I was AG, I wouldn't be counting my chickens yet. Because Fluxo has gone against the Oz a couple of times. 1v2, MT7, sniper in hand. Can he work magic again? The first shot was good, and Barros now needs to reconsider his options. Those glue wall will only buy a couple more precious seconds as MT7 watched the drop down. Can't recover Bob sadly, so he's left all on his own on an island. And Sypha is the next challenger. That shot from downtown, Sypha keeps AG in the map.
Now, using that Valiant dash to perfection, he was just buying some time until it cools down, and MT7 has no way to respond on that. Well, 5-3 though, despite a match point in there for Fluxo. We are seeing some rise from AG Global, but hopefully the addition of resources as well as coins would help them. But the problem is, we're back in Mammoth.
But back in Mammoth, that was the round that, you know, I gotta say AG almost kind of claw back. But of all things considered, it was Fluxo that won that 1v2 off the hand of GU. With all things, everything that's happened in the last mammoth run we had. Depends. If you have an appetite for sudden death, then AG should be winning this one.
See though, Sypha already in position, but no utilities being thrown, and he knows that Bobs and GU is there. MC7 though, trying to make his way from the other side to spot out where AG is, but this standstill, this standoff is biting against the patience of Fluxo. And how long can they wait?
How long can Dew wait to take that shot? Has been consistent so far. I mean, this battle between Dew and MT7 has been the highlight. Whether you like it or not, whether Dew is stealing the spotlight, you still have to look back at that long-range fight.
Oh, yeah.
Which is basically the core of Kalahari.
Yeah, GU right now backing MT7 off just in case Dew lands that hit. At least there's a little backup in there. But Bridgestone, surprisingly, is just in there waiting for an opportunity of someone to drop. But I guess with Dew regrouping with the rest, there's no need for Bridgestone to be there. But he can still be that X factor later on. So the wait is killing us right now because no one's making a move, a huge move, and the blue is closing in.
You can hear a pin drop. There was a big shot earlier on, I believe, from Dew onto MT7.
Oh.
But you gotta confirm it, Dew! Starts it off with a knock onto GU, converts it on the bomb, and Dew will allow Barrows to also rally. Sudden death is more of a guarantee. AG Global brings us to a literal match point, the full 11 rounds.
Full 11, and that is because of patience. We talk about patience is a virtue, and there's no other virtue that both teams would be using at this point. But for Dew, snipes on Dew, on that spine, on that rib. Bro, that is something else.
Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. And to say, if you have an appetite worked up for sudden death, we could go the whole night. That would be the only way to do justice to this finals. Let's see who claims Kalahari. A lot of people's money is probably on AG Global. It is an SDA special. Let's see if Fluxo allows them to play slow again, because Sypha and Barrows are in action.
Yeah, love the movement, love the change for Team SR. Didn't do that usual frontline push, but unfortunately Sypha would be knocked down. And great opportunity for the dynamic duo to be able to make their way. Ignis has been triggered, and the split and the pinch against Pops, almost taking him down. But still, Sypha managed to finish him, and it is now favoring AG, and Team SR still nowhere to be found.
Man, Sypha and Barrows, both of them bailing each other out and converted onto the captain of Fluxo. Numbers, stats don't favor Fluxo at this point. All that way, all that work that they put in, the leg work that Gio had, and then MT7 with his own clutch moment, it all might be for naught if AG continues to pick them apart.
Let's see though, Dew getting close. This is round number 2 if in case, but no, MT7 already down. Bridgestone going face to face. Orion being triggered. It is not that much of damage if you have that Orion, but with the Drogon, he might be able to pull it off, but no! AG Global getting the first map in this series on the Grand Finals.
The Thai Giants run it back in game 1 after some heartbreaking close moments. Brilliance from Fluxo, moments of divination, of intervention from the Brazilian region, and yet AG Global with sheer willpower outlasted the odds to take Kalahari, a map that they only had one chance of playing, and that was just now. What a great start to the reclamation of Southeast Asia.
Well, let's see though if this is something that would bother the morale or the mindset of Fluxo. That's one map being taken. You can see the smiles from the faces of AG Global. And not only that, the sigh of relief, because they almost lost it and they managed to bring it back in a wonderful fashion. This is a final fight that we've seen. Wherein we still don't know who's going to win.
That's one way to start a grand finals. AG Global with this booyah. Talk about having a morale boost.
Oh yeah.
But both teams came in no quarter, right? Remember that John Wick movie where it's just no quarter, you fight to the death, and AG Global was like, bring it on. They were ready to take on Fluxo, and Dew staying true to his name.
Yeah, I mean, that standstill before that match point for AG was phenomenal. Like, Dew for the 2 knockdowns is already called for. They're going to win that game. But what I love is Team SR in the first half of the game, he's always up front, going against Budasin. But at that point, on the final moment, he was nowhere to be seen. It's a dynamic duo who made that noise, and that's where Bops was reeled in, and everything just falls for Fluxo.
Yeah, and it's not to say that Fluxo didn't anticipate that, right? They were the ones who got the first knockdown, but then we saw the bailout come in, right? When the duo feel like eternal lovebirds, they just would not let each other go. We see that pickup, we see the great escape. They were willing to use the Valiant Dash, break through their own blue walls to get into cover, and then we saw the conversion onto Bops. It's these moments that really, makes the whole identity of AG Global come together.
Yeah, I mean, really loving this persona of AG Global this time around, and our MVP. It's none other than AG Dew. 9 elimination, 5,801 in the damage, and 14 assists. Wearing that Santino, Otho, Shiru, and Moko, and that Sensei Tig. And we've seen Sensei Tig being used so many times. It's because of the number of skills to get information, and that reduces the time that you are marked.
And that is perfect for you, for players who want to play stealthy, especially for sniper players. Dew really coming alive at the exact right time, right? It's not like the Avatar that we used to know, that he doesn't disappear, he shows up. It's more like a Superman, if anything. 6-5, full 11 rounds. The very first game of this best of 5. We could have asked for a better opener.
Yeah, definitely. Won't be surprised if it will be the same or very close to this, because we've seen how both teams can really change the pace of the game. Like, if they need to slow down, they have a plan for that. If they need to switch up their movements from, like, either from a flank or just straight on from both teams, they can do it. And that's why every time we are being pulled into a surprise.
I think there might be some questions to ask, right? Looks though this is a very close defeat, in map 1 on Kalahari. But when you look back at the first few rounds, the openers where Gio was absolutely monstrous, I guess you wonder, right? If we take that out of the equation, how much left of Fluxo can go up against what AG has? It's something that I feel like they have to answer in Purgatory.
Yeah, let's see if that's something, because this might save them from being taken into a limbo, and that's how it feels if you're down 2 points. 2 points in a series that in the grand finals like this. But look at the highlights. You did mention that it was a great start for Fluxo. The trade back happened until Fluxo just almost carried it to the end.
They were very close. I think they had like a 3-round cushion to close out map 1. But then it's a battle of resilience, right? Like how much weight can you shoulder? And AG says, yes. Countless.
That's one thing though. And we are seeing a pattern here wherein the most important player from both teams are the snipers. AD, like Dew being taken out, somewhat triggers the downfall of AG Global. And then MT7 being eliminated early goes the same way.
You can sort of say the same for GU also, right? I think there's like a couple more switches that you can flip on Fluxo's side to kind of disrupt that rhythm, but I like to chalk up game 1 as just it's the warm-up, right?
Yeah.
It's like in the ring you kind of touch
game number 3 will be happening on Nextera Solara would be 4. And if it goes the distance, it will be ending on an OG map, which is Bermuda. But in Purgatory, it seems like there's also a lot more in terms of distance for the snipers to be helped out for their range.
I think there are some similarities that you can draw for Purgatory and Kalahari too, with the main difference being there's a lot more compounds to work with, right? A lot more structures in Purgatory. AG now gets first pick for map 2. And I sort of noticed something. I'm not sure it's a pattern that only happened today because we technically only have 3 series max. But even from the Swiss stage itself, right, teams that generally perform extra well with either Clue or Coda, when they are not on first pick, we get a Clue Coda ban on both sides. But when they're on first pick, they will force to an open on one of it.
Yeah, I mean, again, information is key, and that's one reason like Sensei Tig has been pulled out, because there's a potential that they will not be able to ban either Clue or Coda. So let's see if that's something they can pull off. Probably somewhat important skills that they can use for that first ban to give that opening for the Clue and Coda.
So do you bet? I feel like you have to. The Coda. So Oscar?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, Oscar would be the best pick, especially from what we've seen them do. That counter that can be used, and there you have it. Oscar already in play. So Orion might be a good use for this, but if you're going for Valiant Dash, getting away, keeping that distance so that you're not connected on that Crimson Crush. So in that battle, there's still a leeway for Oscar to use it.
I mean, we can almost conclude that Orion is going to be one of the extra focal point that we have to, put under a microscope every once in a while in this grand finals. But as much as we've gone through sort of the pros and cons, what encourages an Orion comp?
Well, if you have a composition from the other side that would be very close and might be able to clutch it. So if AG has a Sane who might be able to bring that tankiness in the front line, and you bring that Orion so you don't fall down easily, you will have that even ground after that Crimson Crush.
So we're looking at a neutralizing effect, right? In the previous game, Fluxo went for Zane Cassie, switch it up, take the Santino away. I think that it is a very understandable move. You still have Iris for Dio, but let's say you just switch up, change of flavor could be what Fluxo needs, because MT7 he's been under heat. Thanks to the dynamic duo. We go Iris Ignis for AG.
Yeah, well, Ignis, one of the top picks coming from AG, 60% being taken in and 69% on the win rate. So I don't think they will be letting that go, despite of the failure of the other teams when they use that Ignis. It's given information after that damage, tag are partnered with a Moko, and it gives more chances for Du to take those snipes. But we'll have to see on what counter can be used. So not so much of information can be done, but I won't be surprised if Orion will be back into the mix right now, because AG was not taking it.
I also feel like this AG draft discourages the Chrono too, and opens up Chrono for themselves. Nero, I mean, Cassie was the last member in the previous game, so we are not looking at Cassie. Are we looking at what? What was it again? Chrono. Nero, Skylar, but you already have a Santino, so it doesn't make sense.
Well, let's see though on what they're going to pull off. So we have someone in a sniper already, and I believe that there's that healing factor needs to happen. Whether Skylar, surprising. So I don't know for a fact who's going to use this. Probably MT7 because of how familiar he is in Battle Royale, and then Santino can be used with that support, probably buffs if somewhat the frontliner needs some backup.
AG ready to get the party going, keep the party going with this Alok. Second time we see it in today's matches. So yeah, it's MT7, Skylar, Bobs on the Santino. But this sort of also shows the hands of Fluxo where this draft is very timing based, right? Press your abilities at the right moment and you strike when the iron is hot. It's a very small window of effectiveness before it fizzles out.
Yeah, and from side of AG Global, it seems like more of a defensive type active skill setup that they have, because you have that Ignis to cover approach, probably Team SR to help him out as he cross that boundary, and since it's always going solo in front lines, he needs that drop that beat to be able to at least be a little bit more tanky going against Butasin on that Sane. So smart move from Team SR to use that Alok. The only question is, will you be able to use that in the perfect timing, similar as to what we are seeing from Fluxo?
Forward timing has been everything on top of the individual prowess that we have witnessed from these players. AG Global, sure, you go back to the standard topic of they won round one, they have the momentum, but this is sort of a different ball game, right? It's not just the trophy, the championship at stake, but you're also looking at Fluxo, who has bounced back so many times. The fact that they brought it to 11 rounds means that the opponents are no slouches.
Well, definitely, there's no slouching at this point. This is the grand finals after all, so they will be bringing everything. And I really love to see how this composition is going to work. I know from the beginning of the game, after pistol round, there will be a little bit of scrappiness, because it's seldom that we've seen this kind of composition, especially for the side of AG Global. And if they manage to pull off something, then they can plan a different approach towards mid and end of the game.
Yeah. So the coaches are ready for another fist bump as we, prep ourselves mentally to get into game 2. Players gotta lock in for this. We are heading to Purgatory. It'll be a first for AG Global. They've so far had a pretty erroneous record pistol rounds. 0 out of 4 so far. But they've won all those maps.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, pistol rounds is something that you can give up, because that's not so much that you will be wasting, especially on what the opponents are getting, unless they really have that enhanced hammer already brought in. So despite of that added firepower, that you will have some trouble. But here we have it. Neither heaven or hell can save anyone who would be sleeping and not giving their all in this map. This is Purgatory, and the battle continues between AG Global and Fluxo.
The night is still young, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are not prepared with some popcorn, it's a good time to go and grab some before this pistol round concludes, because it's so far, things have been moving pretty quickly. Right? There's barely any time to catch your breath. 3-man stack on both sides. We see Boss with that mannequin ready to reposition. Now on the expedition, Team SR catching flag. We're able to somehow dip back into the shadows.
Yeah, I mean, the timing, that smoke just on the edge of that airdrop disrupted what Team SR could have pulled up, and Buddhason just beat him to the side. So at that point, since they don't have that airdrop, they pull away. But on the other side, Sypha takes down Bobs, but unfortunately, backup is there.
There should be a secure on the Sypha too. Butcherson looking for his target. Barrows in and out of smoke vortex, and Butcherson gives up on the chase. Switches back to the pistol. GU will be the clip do. Barrows needs to heal out first, but GU can go aggressive with the Orion. Barrows is back up with Dew as well, but Team SR needs rescuing, and Dew only has 1 health to work with. Barrows trying to play distraction, doesn't work out. And AG Global drops another pistol.
And Orion wins it again. And well, unfortunately, that could have been a chance for AG to grab at least 1 pistol round. But I'm loving how the opportunity that is being taken by AG Global at that point. It just so happened that airdrop just dropped on Team SR. If not, he would be running around with his sight.
Yeah. Just some uncanny timing, but man, this Orion is a piece of work. Triple takedown for GU just off of the pistol. Got an ace on the first map. 3 on map 2. Definitely not a fluke. Definitely on form.
Let's see though. I mean, AG forced to buy 3 Kingfishers and no armor other than the helmet that Sypha has. So GU, well, what they have to do right now is just get that opportunity to find their opponents, and Deuce making some noise, reeling in those players from Fluxo as well to go to his side to leave an opening for the flank coming from AG. But again, another standstill has happened after that blue closes in.
This time Fluxo would take it slightly slower despite having a bit of that lead. So AG, they take that opportunity, right? Team SR was tagged down low and was able to heal back up to almost full. Back to square one it is. Dew pretty deep, close to enemy lines. This corner could be deadly. Information given. Sees GU pushes in with the sight. Just misses by a pixel of that vision. Dew might not notice. It pops out and sees 2 more Fluxo members and decides to back off.
Surprise! That's what Fluxo said. The moment that he saw him, he backs away. Now, sticking on those smoke vortex. And it's a good play as well because you'll be able to see whoever is approaching you. But if they manage to get close already, then it would be difficult to fight back. But great flank being done by Fluxo at this point. And no one's letting go of formation. For AG, they spread around already trying to catch Fluxo out. But there's no opening being given.
It's a double stack on the eastern front. Now they try to convert on the GU, who goes invulnerable. But what a nasty shot. Barrows was able to convert on the GU though still. Even 5 bars forced to back off as AG Global makes sure that there are no loose ends. MT7 now springs to life with Sypha down and no way to retrieve him. Dew will need to step up to the occasion, find the 2-piece in Dew, and MT7 again, and MT7 wins the 2nd time.
I love the plan that Fluxo pulled out in there, especially on that shift up the circle. They take over that spawn area, and where they pull in, the players of AG Global just lined up perfectly for MT7 to make his play. And, well, let's see, though, if that is something that can change. The timing was pristine, and we talk about so much of that timing when Fluxo is involved.
You can see the expression of expression, coach of AG, just by inches, mere inches. The record's not looking good for Dew against MT7. That head-to-head is 0-2 so far. MT7 has won both 1v1. We see Team SR right now. We see that switch up, right?
Yeah.
There's still a double out of Sypha and Barrows. Going to be looking for Bobs. That's the Santino. He can easily relocate if he wants. And Team SR can put on pressure on the other side.
Well, and if in case Bobs relocate, MT7 will be opened up, but Bobs will be the ones going down first. Dew right now, up close and personal, will seldomly see this, and Dew, and manage to go in for a takedown. Only GU remains, and I don't think this is the time for clutch, but that Orion is still being pulled in. Team SR in the front lines, and Dew right now going against him. He goes down, a few more can pick him up, but there's no so much of pressure being felt by AG Global because they're only going against one.
And Dew gets to keep his weapon for the next round too. Would have been nice if he got another ace, but the 3-piece was more than enough. Completely breaks the ice of round 3. They figure out, right? We see the double split again, the 1-1-2, but this time with great effectiveness in throwing Fluxo off their bearings and allowing Dew to basically excel in both close and long range.
And we're seeing the target as well. AG's target as well, which is MT7. MT7 is a huge threat, and with that flank being done by Bobs, it seems like it could have saved MT7. But once again, Bobs almost caught off guard. Half on the HP loss, and Busen is going for the backstab. But Bobs is still distracted, healing up. GU spotted, using that Crimson Crush, and MT7 is also healing up and won't be able to help.
Man, Dew is single-handedly pinning down the key members of Fluxo. They might not be knocked down, but they are forced to take a knee, and GU punishes Team SR for a bit of that over-aggression. So Team SR will go down. No more Alok, but Sypha turns around and beats Bobs to it. Dew in the building. He's in the face of Fluxo. Pulls out the side. Is this GU left? Is Orion, but no cigar this round. AG Global with the equalizer.
Equalizer to 2, and this is a different version of AG Global, the aggressive duo, up close and personal. We see this, and I guess it's a play that would work well if MT7 is just getting position. You would not expect that the rest of the teams are all grouped up, and like the frontliners, GU, Buddhism would be taken out a little bit early, and with the dynamic duo on that long flank, always targeting Bobs.
And then I think to add insult to injury, even though Bobs has a free get up Joe card with the Santino, even if he escapes with his life, he gives up space to AG Global. So you still sort of lose out. And not to mention that with Dew now in his Gear 5 form, to be able to do a lot more damage. Team SR holding this smoke vortex, taking some chip damage left, right, and center. But as long as he's alive with the Chrono helping him out, it's going to be tough for Fluxo to take control of that area. And these Team SR relocation is starting to really get onto Fluxo's nerve. He is still alive.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, with that alloy that can be used in play, as well as that Chrono that can be taken from the market, they managed to outwit and outplay Fluxo, puts in the GU down, and just like that, AG is now in the lead. And where was this version of AG before? Because seems like the adaptation, they are getting it from what they've seen from Fluxo.
The coach rejoices that they win the third round in a row.
Oh yeah.
So far they haven't had the need to pump on the brakes yet. The Fluxo can force it out of their hands. Gotta try a bit harder. Yeah, I mean, just to add on what you've just brought out, I think AG right now, they are definitely they've gotten a second win. You were asking where was this AG? Been here all along, I feel. Diamonds are made under pressure.
Well, let's see though if they will be shining bright at this point. Cypher on long flank, very long flank, but a good position as well to take. But the only problem here is we still have another player a little bit bounce off from himself, and that's St. Sparrows from that nade.
Well, that could have gone very ugly. From that angle, you look pretty funny because you would have sworn that Bobs knocked it away with his bare hands. Nope, on this time. Speaking of which, Bobs just get traded. MT7 was able to find Cypher, but there is a 2v1 out there. The dome drops down, Butcherson needs to win this. Goes for a 1-for-1 trade, but Team SR will be able to be recovered. MT7 gets the finisher on the Cypher, but it's not good enough though. The numbers still sort of favor AG Global in terms of Hellbar unless Dew goes down and GU will make that confirmation.
Well, no chance. Little chance for a pick up. Barros with a backstab, but unfortunately the backstab coming from GU. Now, at level 3 from both players might be a threat, but that elevation coming from Bobs might hit him, and there you have it. Team SR taking down another equalizer.
Great stuff from GU too. These 1v1s definitely hurt AG a little bit. Because if not for kind of these equal trade moments, and then you have GU just running amok in the background, AG Global would definitely have been able to extend this to a 4-2, and here we are. Fluxo breaking that momentum a little bit, making sure that the bleeding is stemmed, the equalizer, in terms of gear value, breaking the back of AG just by a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Dew right now losing that AWM, forced to use that VSK, but still have the firepower as well as the distance to play with it. Team SR still playing the same strat from the first map, and Buzzin might be another player that will be caught off guard by Dynamic Duo, but Cypher being taken out. Plus that Riptide Rhythm, I don't think that would be saving him, taking him down that easily, and Team SR provides the distraction as Cypher is being revived.
Team SR absorbing the pressure, but GU is alright. Team SR might be playing his cards too much, overplays his hands. They get Cypher back up, and MT7 puts him down again. Dew will need to go above and beyond to bring this back into the control, and MT7 will make sure that that is not the case. Fluxo have cracked the code of AG Global and now lead the map 4-3.
Well, it seems like that is the storyline. Whatever AG Global is trying to play with in that specific moment was caught off guard, and it started off with Sypha being taken down on a snipe by MT7. Crucial elimination coming from Fluxo that has translated to that win. Now let's see though, AG Global will be being forced to spend a lot more, or even a lot more, but they don't have that much weapon firepower to go up close and or go on a long range before they get up close.
Smoke Vortex right down in the middle. UAV sent out two bops on the far corner, and probably one of the first times in a long time that we see AG Global stick together as a full unit. Does open up a bit of an angle for Bobs to work with, but Dio is going to have that angle. Watch. Duo was dropped down. Butcherson will be the first one to make contact. Grenades thrown out to AG Global. Decides to not aggress.
Yeah, I think the plan for AG is to either isolate Butcherson or reel them in out and open for 2. But it is not working. Fluxo knows what's going to happen. Smokes has been popped right now. That could provide as a cover, but Winston a little bit confused, expecting that someone might be hiding out on that smoke.
This is one of the slower rounds. AG, we've seen the patience pay off on Kalahari, and they're willing to take that. But Fluxo will have this opportunity to send someone to the back line, and that's Bobs. Remember, he's the Santino, and Dio, he doesn't see this coming. Fluxo can break the silence, but Dio knows! Spider senses tingling, and Bobs goes down.
Sypha goes down, the same goes with Barros, and that is from the side coming from Goodison. But let's see if Duke can do it once again. The pressure is on. Team SR also getting too close, but no hit coming from AG, and Goodison and GU just responded.
Which is in saving Fluxo from a start that could have looked perfect. The sight. Oh, Butcherson could not have found a better moment to reap the members of AG Global. Bob's death was worth it. Worth it for this match point. We're back in the same spot like we did on Kalahari, but Fluxo leads 5-3.
Yeah, well, AG can slow this down by to the patience of Fluxo, but as you can see on this specific area of the map, there's not so much of space and area to hide out. So the 3-1 split still is happening. Sypha already has an opportunity to rush against GU, but no, they're still at it on that rotation. MT7 might have been the target, but Bobs has already made his own full rotation.
Butcherson has a sight in his hand, so basically takes over the space. Bobs just got due. The Santino play paying off. It's a 3v4 now. Not in favor of AG Global this time. Sypha needs to take on the fight, and Team SR starts it off, but Bobs was able to take down Sypha. The trade in favor of Fluxo. The Team SR could not stand, and Fluxo this time closes out the business. Purgatory for the Brazilians.
Not giving a chance for AG Global to bring it back to their side. They go for the equalizer, and it seems like the heat is burning right now. How quickly Fluxo managed to adapt to the rotation as well as the gameplay. That AG Global has formulated.
AG Global ran it back. Game 2, we got to the same spot, but Fluxo made sure that they don't give AG Global that room. And with the Fluxo made sure that they don't give AG Global that room. And with the possibility of this Orion showing up both games in a row, and now the Santino being played by Bobs, that also opened up a lot of different angles for Fluxo to attack AG Global. in Game 3, it feels like an even tougher drafting phase.
Yeah, and one thing that's for sure, if that Orion will be banned, that open up on a Clue and Coda would be available. So I'm pretty sure that would be something that Fluxo might have been planning, or that they can use against AG as well. But before we go in on to the next match, let's head over to the MVP of that previous game, and it is GU. 11 elimination, 4,362 on the damage, 5 assists, and one of the player that has revived Orion back from ice.
In the right hands, with the right prowess, Orion, call it selfish pick for GU. It ain't selfish, it's a team pick. He makes these plays, he calls the shots, and he leads the charge. This Orion has been a thorn in AG Global's side. A lot of these small, minuscule 5Gs, 1v1s basically flipped on his head just because of the Orion invulnerability.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the most commonly used skill in Clash Squad when it comes to rank. And we didn't expect that it would be used by a player right here in the name of Flux, in the name of GU. But if it works, it works. Then if you can pull off those clutches because of Orion, then go ahead and run with it. But 1-1. After that, 6-5, I was very close between AG winning, or between AG and Fluxo AG winning it. Like, Fluxo doesn't want to be in that pressure of getting close once again, so why not end that from there?
I mean, both teams have recovered from dire situations,
yeah,
right? in their own manner. So we've gotten that out of the way. They do just fine when the cards are stacked against them. But this Orion, you know, has continued to surprise us in today, in the semi and the grand finals. And for 2 maps in a row, 2 games in a row, GU ended it with the highest number of eliminations.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. If you have a great player, you did mention this,
did it with the highest number of eliminations.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. If you have a great player, you did mention this, on the best of hands, you
takes it. Like, he has been taking on the role of just being in front, so I can see that as a possibility. But we have a this or that coming up for you guys. And the question is very straightforward. Which one do you prefer for a shotgun? Is it A, the M1887, or is it B, the MOP, I mean M590?
MOP. Well, Clash Squad, I would say the M1887 would be a much viable weapon. 2 shots, potential that one would hit the head. For M590, timing is needed. But damage, it brings that. It's like what we called for both Duel as well as MC7. It would bring somewhat similar damage on that hipfire.
Yeah, I mean, if you like some really, high caliber slug rounds in M590, if you like to be humiliated for following the majority, M590, I'm just saying, it's too good of a weapon. I remember the players in one of the side piece, they were talking about how busted it actually is. But hey, gotta work with the tools you're given. Here's the refresher on the map order. We are done with Kalahari and Purgatory. AG Global won Game 1 on Kalahari. Fluxo won Purgatory on Game 2. We're now 1-1, and Nextera is coming up.
Well, Nextera, this is where Fluxo has more of the win. 60% on the win for 5 matches that they played it, and Fluxo will still be given a chance to lead our draft as they will be the first pick.
So far, it has been Coda Clue for both games. I'm just looking to see who breaks first. Like, who gives way and says, we're not going to do that, those 2 bans. I think one of the first few times we saw it, at least in recent matches, was RRQ, because they were the Coda Clue team.
Yeah. Well, it's difficult to say, because right now, so Fluxo would be the first ban, first pick, and definitely if they play in the same script, then yes, they will be given that chance. But on the other side for AG, again, the risk is there, but I guess they don't want to let it go. They don't want to let it go. They don't want to remove Orion from that list.
That is true. If the first pick, that also means that if you are first pick and you don't ban either or, the second pick probably would also let it through.
Yeah.
Right. It's a trade. I guess you won't be seeing these 2 for this finals, and I'm fine with it. Right. It's more of a, the bare knuckles brute force, brute brawl.
Yeah.
Down in the battlefield. Zane, first pick for Fluxo. So far, still the same. There's a Santino angle for this game 3.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, somewhat similar for that first pick for GU, or for Fluxo, and it seems like prioritization at this point, most of the time, for AG Global would be the sniper. So Iris would be pulled out right here.
Okay.
What follows then, the Oscar, would be... It was used very well, but let's see, they took away that Cassie, so Oscar can still be used unless Fluxo uses it.
I literally just asked, right? I wonder which team would bend first. And AG, they're going to take a different direction. Santino is open. Oscar is open. Chrono is open. It's a buffet for Fluxo now. There's also Orion.
Yeah.
I feel like Fluxo might have came to the conclusion that Orion is not in the cards for AG Global, so there's really no rush in prioritizing it. And that opens up a lot more possibility for Fluxo in that draft.
Yeah, I guess the trigger would be those bans. Because if those bans continue, they will be opening up. But, well, it took away that Ignis. So it's either, for side of AG, they take that Orion back just to make sure it's a counter play, or they choose a different active skill. And if it's, say, Barros, it might be that Raiden. We'll have to see, because Oscar, not quite sure if Fluxo has their eyes on that Oscar, because they already have that Zane in play.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So AG goes for the Oscar. Cassie Oscar in the front. Who needs some utility though? Their Raiden is a good fallback. They did play it once in, I guess, Heavy.
Yes.
The opening game, and they did win that one. But if you're up against Fluxo and then there's a Santino, and you now know that the Santino isn't necessarily in the sniper, or you also have the Orion that you want to deal with, it can be very pesky. I can see the application of the spider.
Yeah, but the thing is, the moment that you get caught by the spider trap, the Orion can be triggered and
Yeah.
it will just go to waste. So, but it's wasting it for both sides. But even if on the front line, you have that Orion already, you can move around freely without receiving any damage. So, at that point on that 1v1, it still favors Fluxo.
That I agree. Fluxo, they already have a formula. I feel like if we are going to see major changes in the draft, it's probably going to be coming from AG Global.
Yeah.
Because Fluxo have found that niche, right? Like that Orion is such a core part of the composition. It's the centerpiece. And AG has proven 2 games in a row that really isn't any direct answer to GU's Orion unless you win him 1v1. And that doesn't come by often.
Yeah, and that's one thing as well, because GU is using Miguel as a passive with that Orion. So the Crazy Slayer gains 200 EP for knocking down an opponent. So imagine you use that Orion, you go for a knockdown, you recover your EP, and you're back in play. So that's one reason as well why we've seen that Crimson Crush being used several times, and that makes the GU unstoppable.
I mean, basically it gives you the Tatsuya treatment, right? You get that refresh on it.
Yeah.
It is pretty tricky. I think, you know, we are looking for adaptations from AG Global. It was something that, you know, thankfully we established at the start, and we also kind of posed the question of what happens when there is an immovable object. What happens if there is a problem that is going to be a constant variable in the grand finals? Now we know it's the Orion.
Well, let's see. I mean, I am seeing that evolution of how Clash Squad has been. Again, from the team gameplay to a combination of, sorry for the word, selfish gameplay because of Orion.
Individual expression.
Individual expression. All right, better wording for that. But it just shows up differently when a great team is using that.
The fact that we only had started this competitively, included in the circuit at the start of the year, is what makes it impressive. In Fist Pump, as we get ready for Game 3, is next Terra. I mean, there is definitely an argument to be made that AG should theoretically win because we have had almost a full year to prep for this, whereas for Fluxo, they have half the time.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I mean, half the time, but more focused from what we're seeing right now for the side of Fluxo. AG, it's so many adjustments that needs to be done in less time, especially in this grand finals. But Ignis being triggered by Fluxo this time around, giving information after tagging both Du and Team SR. Loving the 2-2 split once again, and Du backs away in perfect timing, giving an opening for Baros and Saifa for a potential backstab.
That's the delayed rotation from Sci-Fi and Baros too. They were holding back on that timing, but because Fluxo didn't really move too much from the original position, so they're not really affected by the movement of AG Global. In fact, they were able to stop that rotation by tagging, I believe, Baros a little bit. Thankfully, it's the Cassie, so you do back up pretty quickly.
Let's see though, Du getting in position. Again, timing needs to be pristine at this point. But pistol rounds, AG Global hasn't won any pistol rounds from the beginning of the day, so won't be surprised if that still happened. And I would be surprised if they can start it off and roll with this all throughout. But they need to back away. Blues closing in as well. The trio from, or make that the full squad from Fluxo already getting that position with better cover on this side of that map.
Baros and Sci-Fi is trying to draw attention away from Du and Team SR. Teaming up, another Flame Mirage being dropped down, and this is going to be the full rush as they come through the firewall on the other end. Put up another layer. Sci-Fi will have to absorb this pressure, and GU again with this Orion making it hard, but Sci-Fi still wins the fight against Bob. GU now isolated, but MT7 and Butch is in. They're going to fill in the blanks, and another pistol round for Fluxo.
Yeah, another pistol round lost by AG. So still 100%, but I don't think it hurt them that much. But I'm seeing the potential of that Cassie being used against the Orion. It's just unfortunate that there's not so much of support that would deal with the second half or the other two players from Fluxo. So, well, let's see.
It's a bit of a curse, you know, going 0-6 in pistols.
No.
Doesn't look on the record. All in one day, mind you.
Well, going to go in where Fluxo in this part of this map has a better opportunity to go a little bit faster in rotation. As you can see, 3 players already, and Saifa and Baros might be caught off guard. Saifa receiving a lot of damage, but Du and Team SR is distracted and couldn't provide any backup. Bob's almost being taken down, but responds, and there you have it. 2 down already for AG. It seems like it's not slowing, Fluxo is not slowing down.
I mean, good stuff from MT7 too. He funneled the dynamic duo into the building as the rest of Fluxo came in for the pincer. Just outnumbered AG Global. Bobs doesn't even go down. So it's a 2v4 that AG Global will have to somehow work with 2 utility-heavy characters, you know, Iris and Raiden. And not only that, the Deagle at the length of 6 headshots to make it count. And it is possible.
Let's see. I mean, it's 2v4 situation, and then there goes the backstab. Buddhism with VSS
Double kill.
and the finisher. Dew left alone, nowhere to go, and this is it. GU, Mac 10, and still, there's nowhere that Dew can go where Fluxo cannot find him, and the finisher will be there, giving Fluxo the first to win.
Another flawless round for Fluxo. Weaponries carry over into round number 3 with AG Global. At point of time, expected to strike back. A couple extra bucks in the bank. As they, so far haven't reached the application. I mean, AG Global taking a bit of a beating this game.
Well, let's see though. Hopefully the pressure is not going on them. VSS on this tour is crazy. We've seen this happen earlier when AG was going against Heavy, and the fire rate was just so much that even on an SMG, seems like it is hitting like a truck. But Bobs right now, dealing with Team SR, GU in there, still in the front lines, but Bobs was reeled out, and Dew managed to deal with him.
Yeah, and they found Butcherson too. He's gonna try and gun for Dew, so Dew needs to be able to win this 1v1 self-sufficient. There's sight of Butcherson's hands, and Dew knows this. Butcherson now trying to buy time and distraction, but Dew on the case, making sure that he doesn't get fooled. And now up close and personal, Dew wins that 1v1, not a problem. Barros does get taken down, but Dew has got the legwork done. GU and Team SR down in the middle, MT7 back in. Team SR absorbing pressure, and Cypher comes in as the savior. AG will find the first round on this map.
Yeah, first round, also a chance to get all those guns away from Fluxo. Now, let's see if that plan would work on the next area, on the next game, because it seems like it's way too perfect of a plan against Fluxo, and that first hit against Bobs was the trigger. That first hit against Bobs in the front line was the trigger, given the opening for Team SR to play with Butson.
Our lovely translator, Bun. Pretty stressed out, and more stressed out than the coach himself back in the AG camp. But that was a good round.
Yeah.
Again, just great timing from AG Global, and the awareness. I think Dew's awareness is something that we cannot understate.
Yeah.
He's really on point with some of these hard reads.
Still, this area, this specific map, still has a lot of openings because of the elevation, and all the moving parts need to be used in the best timing, into perfection. And, well, a little bit of damage being received by Buddhism. Let's see if he will be confirmed. A94 in his hand. Well, it does bring in a few more firepower if you get an angle to take it.
And they know exactly where MT7 is, thanks to Cypher too. They saw him swap place with the mannequin. Barros is info on Bobs. All these crucial areas taken away by AG Global, and now we're looking for a conversion. MT7 under a lot of pressure now. Barros opens fire, but he also is drawing the attention of the rest of Fluxo.
Yeah, seems like he would be the ones in the target. That would be giving Dew that opportunity to sneak in. MT7 is already down. Another trigger activated by AG. Next up would be GU. And there you have it. The steamroll is happening. And AG Global equalizing this game.
What a perfect round. Flawless execution from AG Global. I think the kicker is also MT7. He had no idea that there was more than one member of AG who knew where he was. In fact, 3 members. Cypher spotted him, Dew knew where he was, Barros drew his attention away, and then they just snapped the cord. AG keeps all of the weapon. We see the level 3 on Cypher too. See the upgrade. MT7 now investing in the AWM to try and hit back.
Yeah, this is one thing that he needs right now. The moment that they cross without cover on that platform, on that ledge, that would give an opening for MT7. But there it goes, that shape splitter being used to get a better angle, probably to reposition to go in from on the left side. Now, Buddhism, GU damaged by that defreeze, and that right and hold, plus that nades. Well, it doesn't do that much of damage, and it is Cypher who will be receiving it.
Butcherson was able to flush him out, and now Dew needs to take on the responsibility because they did get GU down. Team SR is out of the picture. MT7 dangerously low is now Barros and Cypher, the dynamic duo somehow making magic happen. In that chaos, AG Global thrives, and now they take the lead.
Well, one thing that we're seeing right now is if Fluxo can be pulled into one corner or one specific area, AG just managed to either go for a flank or pinch them, and that's the key of the game from the last 2 rounds. So if they can pull it off right here in this map, then it might seem like AG will be running away from this with this.
That electrotherapy definitely did a big part in that chaos.
Oh yeah.
As Saifa's health bar was teetering, on the 10% threshold. But Barros was there to back him up. And speaking of Barros, let's take a big hit off his health bar. It is Graph Lab. It's gonna could be that tempo breaker. The reprieve that Fluxo needs, not if Saifa puts pressure on the GU, blocks him off, not fully though. GU able to slip through the cracks.
Well, it's a good thing that GU was able to pull away, and I was worried about that as well because there's no backup, there's no connection with that electrotherapy, but it is a trade. A 1-2 trade against AG, and GU is looking to take this. Buddhism will be able to reposition that quickly, especially with the gravity being taken out in this game, and Bobs will be picked up as well. And Saifa looking for MT7, but if he is found, there's not so much of firepower to bring him down that easily.
And the Herculean effort from both. MT7, the shot was good. But they didn't get a knockdown, so Saifa thins out the numbers of Fluxo. GU gonna come around the corner, but Saifa was able to find some time to heal back up. They have to work around the grain though. As the space majority has been taken away by Fluxo, the ice grenade to try and flush out GU, but he holds his ground, and Saifa from behind. GU goes invulnerable for now. The Ignis wall pushes Saifa back.
There goes the jump. Coming from Buddhism and putting Du out to the open. Fluxo taking another round, another equalizer, and a chance for Fluxo to carry this on to the next round.
Some questions definitely answered because GU has been the driving force of Fluxo in the first 2 maps, and we were wondering if GU is out of the equation, how much is left in Fluxo. Buddhism takes over the responsibility, holds the torch, and is leading the way for Fluxo now. 7-3 on the Zane.
Let's see if there's something that it can continue. That gravity and Grab Labs really throws off a lot of accuracy, a lot of shots because of how it can adjust those timings. But for AG, Saifa and Barros going against Buddhism. No backup coming from MT7 yet, and GU in the middle. But Bobs is nowhere to be seen unless he has an opening. He might be able to take it, but not this time.
Team SR actually being given a lot of space too. Holding that midpoint and keeping GU occupied. Question is the timing there from Saifa and Barros. They're going to try and pressure Buddhism. MT7. So good on the backup. And Buddhism was given time to win that out. MT7 with the 2-piece.
Yeah, MT7 just sees the opportunity and takes it, and that was coming from Buddhism. Du remains, and we've seen this story is little to no chance that Du might be able to bring this back unless he can isolate everyone or probably catch them off guard. Buddhism still not picked up. But here comes the pressure coming from Du that might give an opening for MT7 to take him out. But no, Du right now looking like an aggressor, but GU with a Thompson brings him down.
Way too hard for Du. 1v4. Take a Herculean effort to even attempt that, and props to him though, still getting 2 knocks in the process. Making Fluxo really work for it. But like what you just saw, AG Global went down too fast in the beginning. Buddhism being bailed out by his sniper, MT7, with a great 2-piece at the start. Now the gear value of AG Global less than 50% of what Fluxo has, so AG might be staring down another 3-5 deficit.
Oh, it's tough to call right now, but one thing's for sure, in this map, there's only a few places that they will need to focus. So AG Global right now is going across, making sure that they will not be hit as they get away from those glasses. And Buddhism, though, unfortunately knocked out and sliced through Team SR. So 1 man down already for AG, and Fluxo still have their defenses up on the 2nd floor.
Du is trying to go very aggressive. Those utilities are doing some good work, but it's not enough if the members of Fluxo are still standing, and the time turner is buying the precious time. Du was starting to really go down. Gio out in the open. Gio pushes in. And this time, Gio puts himself to work. AG equalizes it.
What a turnaround! Saifa on a valiant dash, and that started it off, giving the View a little opening for Zoo to make those shots. They funneled everyone from Fluxo, and that was a surprise hit. Didn't expect that to be happening, but again, those alleyways that is very, very close, prime for Zoo to make those shots is what made that play a perfect play, absolute cinema.
That's a strike on the bowling pins if I have seen one. AG Global, at least with the deficit that we saw, was able to stem the bleeding with less than half the net worth of Fluxo, and Duo was able to find that opener on the butchers in, and Saifa finds a conversion to get back into Graph Labs, and that's where AG lost that equalizer, but this time it might be different. Team SR given up. Saifa gonna take care of the mannequins, not gonna wait for the switch. The camping will not be necessary. Duo against MT7. Another tough matchup, and Duo determined to win this. What a jump shot!
Well, definitely he has an opening. The moment that MT7 just stands up, he already had that shot. GU right now dealing with two players from AG, and there's nowhere to go. They put GU in the same situation that they have placed Zoo in the most instances than not.
That's one way to do it, that you isolate the Orion, take care of the foundations around him, and see if he can make that 3v1 happen. In most of these cases, not possible. And this time AG takes the lead. But the first time, AG is the one that is threatening with that match point.
Well, match point for AG, but still potential for Fluxo to catch up. But they will need to play against the timing that AG has been using all throughout for the past 2 games. Now, the dynamic duo already on a rush with their zip lines. Might be able to deal with GU at this point, but no, backs away, barricaded themselves, provide a distraction to probably take Duo to the other side for that play.
Did try to pressure MT7, but sadly Saifa is the one that took the beating, and GU now gonna try and flush them out. Goes invulnerable, Saifa blocks him off, and GU still wins. And that should not be the case for AG when they've had the drop on Fluxo. A lifeline for the Brazilians.
Yeah, Saifa could have just waited, not really rush on, waited for that Crimson Crush to expire, but unfortunately he was caught off guard. And here we have it. Fluxo looks like they will be put back in the board on a 5-5, similar to what we've seen in game number 1.
Unless Duo can make this happen. That's step 1, GU gone. No Orion, the pickup imminent from Fluxo. That Glue Wall is gonna buy Duo some precious time. But all Fluxo needs to do is just triple against him. Even Duke breaks under this pressure.
See, Super Vampire already pulled up, making sure that he has enough EV to survive this battle. Pops in the corner, who might be switching it off, but no, he is the target right now. Hits into Bobs. Blue has stopped from closing in, and it's going to shift right now, still favoring the position of Fluxo. So he needs to work with Bobs at this point, and oh! What a turnaround! And that slide! Now, it's up to 2 players to be able to go in for that slay, but Buzzin still is going down.
Oh, dude! What? You can do it, son! This is it! A swap MT7! Oh! Drags them across the finish line! With an ace on map 3! And AG Global scores the booyah to take this Grand Finals lead 2-1!
And that battle on the final sniper 1v1 is now counted as tie, as AG Global 2 shows what he is made of when put under pressure.
Oh, my sweet prince. That was his moment.
Yeah.
That is going into the history books. Doubters be denied. Definitely living up to the motto of this Global Finals. Crushed out, burn bright, And definitely broke some of the Fluxo spirit that we have seen early on. That was an unlosable round. We literally say, triple up, pressure him, but they gave him too much respect.
Yeah.
And Dio loves it when the odds are stacked against him.
Yeah, I mean, using that zip line, turning a 180 against Bobs, lining them up on that stairs, not giving them an opportunity to move. Even a team booster is not enough to help them up and bring Dio down. But it was left to that 1v1. That 1v1 round number 2 between him
we saw that, like, do you want to win a 1v4 in an unwinnable situation? Those are the moments where it crosses your threshold. And most players break under that.
Well, let's see though, and there you have it. First ban, Orion. I'm not quite sure if this is something that was part of the plan by AG all along, wherein they got Fluxo, got comfortable with it, beat them to it, and then take out that stronger character.
It could be a genius move, right? Add salt to injury. You kick them while they're down, you know, you make sure that they're trying to get back up, give a bit of a gut kick, make sure that they stay down. This is a guarantee clue.
Yeah. Well, a guaranteed clue that would give I don't think it would be used by Duke at this point. So clue that would risk AG to lose out on some of that mobile characters.
I think Oscar first pick still makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But it poses the question to Fluxo. If you don't take the clue, it's going over to AG.
Yeah.
If you do, Cassie is up too.
Well, let's see though. Bobs would be a great player to use that clue. Just giving that information to MT7, to the rest of the teams, to get in position, throw off the plan of what AG has. But let's see. If this is not, if clue is not taken here, AG might take it, or AG can just go for the comfort pick, what they've used so far. But there you have it. Wilson making sure that they don't grab it.
It's more of a forced pick for Fluxo, right? That's too big of a risk factor to let go of the clue. And even then, I was thinking of the Ignis too. Ignis, Cassie, Santino. I mean, Iris is not too bad an option, right? I'm now leaning into the Iris a lot more for AG Global. Hell, they could leave it last, but too, if they want to. Chrono is also another option, but AG Global have already solved the Chrono problem with the Oscar and Ignis. Oh, they want to do the freestyle, and there's the Santino.
All right, Santino in. It might look like Fluxo has an open for that Iris. And let's see though, Iris and Chrono probably just to make sure that the front line is a little bit more stronger. But we've seen the numbers early. It has been used so many times, but the win rate was a beast mode.
It's a night. Prior to the start of today, 19 picks, like 26% win rate. Not even a passing grade. We'll talk about a triple down. Wow.
All right. So
this is what it's come to.
Yeah. I guess for Fluxo side, you take away our Orion, going to take that Cassie, because that's the counter that they used, that AG used against Orion. And there goes the Chrono. So there, counter after counters, but I think at this point, AG Global, given that Santino, makes him even more deadlier.
No, Orion, forced to play fair. Let's have the Tatsuya in his hand. So we did say that with the passive that he took on Orion, right, it does give you the Tatsuya effect. Wow. Oh, you have Tatsuya. Get a refresh on the Rebel Rush. No invulnerability though, something that you need to keep in mind.
Yeah, let's think though. I mean, there's no connection, but there's still a potential for that dynamic duo in play. So, Sypha, Barrows, like just take out all those visuals and then go in for the flank. If you are caught off guard, you use that Valiant Dash. You can break through glue walls. We've seen that. And if you put so much of damage already, that player, that opponent's already down. And if joined by Team SR in that in a trio of a rotation, you have that time turner to protect you even for a pickup.
And we have reached the climax, the crescendo of this grand finals, and this could possibly be the final map for this grand finals, for this best of 5. So, of course, we do hope for it to go the distance, go all the way to Bermuda. That's how we close out one of the, well, some of the best, competitions we've seen. But now the ball is in Fluxo's court. How much can they bring it back? If there's one time, if there's a moment that they really need Bob, this is it.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Bob's is one of the crucial factors from that previous win, and this is where he is needed the most. So let's see. There it goes. Not a fist bump, more of a handshake, and this might be it. This might be the last game for the Grand Finals unless Fluxo turn things around.
Respect has been given and earned, but for both teams, they yearn for more. So far, 0-6 for AG on pistols. If you want to sign or if you are into turrets, maybe them winning pistols would give us a good glimpse into the future of what the results might be.
I don't know. I think that is a lucky charm for AG Global. Losing those pistols has made them win the battle afterwards. Team SR managed to weave through the two players of Fluxo and get that side. So pushing Butsin away. That might give an opening for Saifa, and there you have it. Saifa just jumped in, knowing that Barros is also in play, and that Santino will be taken out, but I don't think it gives us so much of a change, but Du will be eliminated as well.
Bobs was able to hunt him down, regroups with GU. The rest of AG Global also reconvene with one another. MT7 trying to play zigzag around the corner. Makes it to safety, so now we get a bit of that silence.
That was a standoff in Solara, and Saifa has been spotted already. Now, let's see though, you don't have that long-range weapon if in case it happened, but there goes Time Turner, hack and slash, and it doesn't do the deed. Finally, onto GU, the most important elimination.
This could be their first pistol round win, and it is finally AG Global kicks off a map with a win.
Pistol round. Again, if the story goes from what you said, this would be the determining factor that AG is reading it, that they will be the champions. Or could have been the cursed as well, that can turn things around. So let's see. Either way, this is getting exciting. G36 being pulled out from both sides, but you can see the winners get more firepower.
It's either they've activated, you know, sort of the winning ritual, or they just open these sarcophagus of a mummy. There's only one way to find out, right? And see if, I mean, if AG was able to get the second round, then it looks a lot more possible. And that's what they have already gained for themselves over time. The hope of all the faith and belief. Butcherson gunned down by Team SR.
I mean, great push being done by AG Global from the name of Du, wherein he reeled him in, but unfortunately Du is still down. Great spray, Mini Uzi. Now it is Fluxo. Bob's the only one remaining, and not so much can be done. Damage has been dealt, connection is still there, and there goes the takedown with a Mini Uzi. And it seems like this is looking like AG in momentum.
And Team SR doing all the work and ace on the second round with the Mini Uzi. Talk about gaining momentum and snowballing what seems to be just a bit of a minor head start into an avalanche. And they're starting to wave. The high fives that come in AG Global can feel it 4 more rounds away to a trophy lift.
Yeah, I mean, for their first 2 rounds, and as well as how Fluxo looked after that game, it seems like that morale has been broken. And I'm still looking forward for that to build up. Probably 1 round of a win, or probably 2 rounds of a win, just for the equalizers, then trigger the energy back for the side of Fluxo. Brazin left alone, dynamic trio at this point, or terrible trio surrounding him, but Butterson still managed to survive into the smoke, onto the glue walls, and a sliver of health, and then T7 helped him.
Oh, that electrotherapy bought so much time, but at least AG Global found the finisher. They picked Team SR back up, down to a 3v3. Gio now rushing to join his team, and Saifa knows where MT7 and Bobs are at. This timing is going to be pretty scary. Barros in this vortex.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a timing. Barros already have that Ignis Flame Mirage activated. And there you have it, a takedown after the shot. MT7, I don't think that he'll be able to manage a clutch? And GU is more of has that clutch DNA. And there you have it, another one in the books and Fluxo side.
GU to the rescue with the Rebel Rush reset. But it was a snowball effect set up by Butcherson surviving for way longer than he should have. That had to be the electrotherapy working wonders as Butcherson, by the skin of his teeth, the life force that he gives, allowing Fluxo to draw it out, to drag out the fight.
Well, see now, it's 2-1. That is one step of getting the motivation for side of Fluxo. Buddhism back in play in the middle, dealing with Team SR, and let's see if he'll be able to slash away the lives and the HP of AG. But with that glue wall, play Mirage, Buddhism will be spotted against 3, but still, Buddhism is not letting go, still have that aggression play.
GU was suppressing fire too, pinning down Barros. This is a tight spot. AG might not have enough space to wriggle out of this. Then Fluxo tightens the grip around, and Dill still able to pull through alongside Cypher, and Dill does it all on his own.
Yeah, it seems like they don't want to give anything to Fluxo right now. No momentum, no motivation. They are dragging them to the ground with this play, and AG is getting closer and closer to get that victory as well as potentially be the champions.
First ever champions for Global Finals Clash Squad 2. Oh, it's within touching distance now. Trophy placed on the center of the stage, right beside the player booth. But the finishing line is always the hardest to cross. It will take more than just wits and guts. It takes courage for AG Global to take that step.
See, Team SR, Buddhism duel continues, but the pressure is more being brought in by AG Global because of the utility that they have. But backup is still there. All they have to do is find out who's backing up Buddhism, and this might be a great play, a better play than that we've seen. Cypher, Valiant Dash, even with MT7, didn't back down.
Oh, MT7 just was not ready for that. How could you be prepared when there is no room to react at all? AG Global might have just cracked the code. MT7 will have to pull off what Dill did in a 1v4, but MT7 just has not been able to conjure that magic, and AG Global are 2 rounds away.
Seems like this is the biggest lead that we had in this battle between AG and Fluxo. And Fluxo, in spite of how much opening they could have taken, that run, that momentum, the snowball effect being grabbed and taken by AG, hugged by AG at this point, might lead them to victory.
And we might have just witnessed the point of no return. AG Global riding off of that high, and Fluxo still reeling from pain, will have to somehow stop AG Global. In these kind of situations, you feel like nothing is working out. Your bullets aren't connecting, your rotations are being read. And Cypher versus GU might just kick it off. Cypher, good on the money.
Yeah, good on the money. First blood at this point. And position-wise, dude, I didn't think that this was possible. A stairs of glue wall, giving that opening, and he jumps off after letting off that shape splitter. So he have an exit strategy. Team SR right now receiving a little bit of damage, but he is giving the signal to the team. A little bit of cover with that smoke vortex, and everyone from AG is somewhat regrouped and ready to fight back.
Oh, they were hunting MT7, and Dude turns around and snipes Butcherson. Of course Dude can do that, and then he relocates, so they know, and they have no idea where he's at. But he knows where everyone on Fluxo is. This is the team that say that they practice very less on Clash Squad, by the way. And it is the same team that is 1 round away from lifting that trophy.
The pressure is building for Fluxo at this point, and AG Global 1 step closer to finally getting a trophy for themselves. 2, getting a trophy for themselves, and not only just declared as a game MVP, but probably the team itself would be the winner.
I mean, a proper champion, right? They have been taking 1 step closer And now they're one step away. The grind rails might be the undoing for Fluxo. It's all for the marbles. AG Global, confident as always, emboldened by their previous successes, and now are running at Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, huge flank being done with Dynamic Duo, and MC7 is the target. Barros was able to take him down. Bobs now caught off guard. A full man push onto the right, and seems like Fluxo has no response. And there you have it. AG Global in the inaugural Clash Quad Championship would be our champions.
The promised prince, the kingdom of AG Global, years in the making, and Dill finally can declare himself a World Series Finals champion. Oh, it has been such a journey for this young man from Bangkok 2022. And here he is. They have done it. The saga has been completed. Let's hand it to the host to celebrate this moment with AG Global.
Survivors from start to finish, they show precision, chemistry, and pure willpower.
This isn't just victory, this is history. The very first team to stand as Clash Squad World Champions.
Dunia tentunya akan sangat mengingat momen ini ya Survivors, di mana mereka membuktikan bahwa kerja keras dan semangat juang sukses membawa sebuah kemenangan yang sejati.
Now champions, it is time. Step to the corner of the stage and lift your trophy high. Are you ready?
Are you ready, guys?
On count 3,
2, 1!
Congratulations! All Gamers Global! Free Fire first ever Clash Squad World Champion!
Congratulations!
Wow,
That is amazing!
beautiful.
Woo! All right, that was amazing, right, Yunsel?
Yes, I agree.
What a match! What a match! What a match! And of course, what a moment for the history books. But before the celebration continues, I think it's time to make this win official.
Let's invite our MVP, Mr. Christian D. Franciscus, game producer Garena Free Fire Indonesia, to join us on the stage.
Kami turut mengundang Bapak Christian D. Franciscus, game producer Garena Free Fire Indonesia, untuk memberikan giant mock check kepada pemenang kita hari ini. Once again, congratulations to AG for winning the first ever FFWS 2025 Clash Quad mode. And of course, now we honor one player whose impact defined this grand finals.
The player who rose above all under the brightest lights, who will be our finals MVP.
Pemain yang tentunya menunjukkan clutch luar biasa, aim yang tajam, dan juga ketenangan yang sangat fantastis di bawah tekanan. And who will that be?
It's very intense. The
I
previous match with
know.
Fluxo, right?
I know. I think I have a name in mind. I don't know if it's the same name they also have in mind, but I'm pretty sure it's him.
Cannot wait anymore. I'm gonna announce right now.
Okay.
And your finals MVP is... Congratulations to...
Congratulations! Tonight you have proven that pressure doesn't break you. Instead, you burn bright!
Every clutch, every round, and every call, you were the difference maker. And now the world knows your names.
Sekali lagi selamat untuk sang FFVP, please! Give a round of applause for Dew! What an amazing work. My heart is beating really fast right now, Yunsol.
I agree, because I am the same as well. This match is very cool, very fantastic of AG, especially for Southeast Asia, for all of us here.
Exactly. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Kristiandi Franciscus, Game Producer Garena Free Fire Indonesia. Setelah berfoto bersama, boleh kembali ke tempat duduknya. You may return to your seat. Now, let's have a bit of a chit-chat. Yeah. A quick interview with our champions, our very first Clash Squad World Champions. Hi, guys. Okay, so first question. How does it feel to lift the first ever FFWS 2025 Clash Squad World Trophy? I know it must mean a lot to you guys.
เด็กๆคะเขาถามว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่เราเป็นทีมแรกที่ได้ถือถ้วย Clash Squad ในระดับ Global Finals ค่ะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้แชมป์สักทีครับเพราะว่าไม่เคยได้ชูถ้วยในงานออฟไลน์มันตั้งแต่แข่งมาครับ4 ปีไม่ก็ 5 ปีครับ
I'm so happy that finally I can make it because I haven't been able to lift the trophy in an offline event since I was playing this game like 4 to 5 years.
Wow, very emotional. So I would like to ask that what does this victory mean to you personally?
แล้วชัยชนะในครั้งนี้มีความหมายยังไงสำหรับเราบ้างคะ
ก็ดีใจครับที่ได้แข่งที่ 4 ครับเพราะว่าได้แชมป์ที่ 4 ครับเพราะว่าอยากแข่ง4 มานานครับอยากเข้ารอบไปเลยครับเพราะว่าเจอคนของผมครับ
It's really meaningful to me because I dream to play as in Clash Squad mode, especially when I can go into like the advance to the finals and encounter with many good teams.
Okay, so next question. Of course, we saw that Fluxo put up a good fight today. So what do you respect the most about your opponents that you defeated today, Fluxo?
แล้วเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกับทีม Fluxo แบบว่าในเชิงที่ว่าเขาเป็นทีมที่น่าเกรงขามขนาดนี้
ก็โหดครับตึงมือดีครับชอบครับ
They are pretty good and very intense. Yeah, I have some respect for them.
Good respect. All right, thank you, do a lot. I think right now he has to process so many emotional right now. So I would like to ask to Baros. All right, now that you have shown the world that AG is the best CS team this year, do you have anything you want to say to your opponents in tomorrow's BR Grand Finals?
ตอนนี้เราถือได้ว่าทีม All Gamer Global ถือว่าเป็นทีมแข่ง Clash Squad ที่เก่งที่สุด แล้วเรามีคำพูดอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีมที่จะแข่ง Battle Royale ในวันพรุ่งนี้บ้างคะผู้แข่งของเรานะ
ก็เต็มที่ครับทุกทีม12 ทีมก็แต่ว่าทีมผมจะพยายามเอาแชมป์ให้ได้ครับ
I hope all of you guys play our best for tomorrow but my team will aim to lift the trophy.
Ooh, will they can make it, Conchita?
I don't know. I think we should just wait and see tomorrow. But once again, congratulations to all Gamers Global. I think it's time we let them lift the trophy one more time. Shall we?
Yes, I would love to see this scene again.
Yes! Okay, guys, let's go around the trophy one more time and be ready to lift it for the second time. Let me help with this. On our count. 3, 2, 1.
Congratulations, all Gamers Global! From start to finish, this has been a night to remember. The birth of a new legacy.
Sebuah sejarah baru telah tercipta untuk pertama kalinya kita memiliki juara dunia Clash Squad.
Congratulations once again to all Gamers Global, your FFWS Clash Squad 2025 World Champions.
Terima kasih Jakarta, terima kasih dunia, dan sampai jumpa di panggung berikutnya. This is Free Fire World Series 2025 Clash Squad Grand Finals. See you tomorrow at the Battle Royale Grand Finals. Bye!
Double kick.